Hello everybody. Happy Halloween. We have come to the end of Horror Game Month 2025. And like I said, tonight's game will be a fun one. A game that I'm 15 years late on playing. Right, 2010 I think this game came out. It's been out for a while. Never played Costume Quest. I always wanted to play this game. There were quite a few horror months where I wanted to end the month with this game, but I always ended up picking some other crazy, stressful, scary game or something, but figured this is the year to do it. Especially after last night, I had a very stressful, difficult playthrough of Splatterhouse 2, for those of you that were in my YouTube member stream. My god, that game was harder than I remember. That game is no joke. But yeah, we'll end the month on Costume Quest. We'll kind of talk about and reminisce about the other games that I played this month during the playthrough. I'll try at least. And I'll formulate some of my favorite games and what my ultimate, probably top 3 or top 5 games were for the month. But what do you say we get started? This game takes about 5 to 6 hours to beat, I believe. So, perfect for a stream. This is the last night for the merch, by the way. The shirt that was designed for this year. So if any of you want a canvas print or a shirt to go along with memories of this year's horror month, tonight is the last night that will be available. It's also the last night for the logo merch. Typically, logo merch does come back year after year. However, there's no guarantee that I will continue to offer the same stuff. The design may change or things may be discontinued in place of something else. But yeah, tonight will be the last night you could order that for at least a year for the logo merch. The artwork merch is always discontinued. So that is the last night to grab it. And if you're watching the VOD, I do typically keep the store open for 24 hours from my stream. So if you are watching this on YouTube or the Twitch VOD or something, you can still access the merch store for probably 24 hours. If you need the link for that, you just got to go to one of my YouTube VODs and find it in the description. Let's get started. Thank you, by the way, Dan Vonk. Thank you for the 110 months. Glad you can resub on the final day of horror month. Avatar Award unlocked. Man, they don't really do anything like that anymore with Xbox games, do they? And thank you, J-Head. Thank you for the huge streak, 225. Kids, I know it's tough being but tonight is Halloween, so please go out there and make some new friends. Mom, Halloween isn't about making friends, it's about terror. This text goes by really quick, by the way. And candy. It's about showing the world who you really are. Well, even if you don't find any new friends, remember your very best friend will always be your brother or sister. Ew. Gross. That's why you have to stick together. Or else you're grounded. No way, I'm going trick-or-treating with my little brother. You're only 10 minutes older than me, and I'm the big one because I was born 10 ounces heavier. 10 ounces dumber. You're 10 pounds... No fighting. Yes, I suppose I should put one of you in charge so there won't be any fighting. Reynold, this is your night. Sorry, Mom, but it sounded like you just said Reynold. Your ears are working, sis. Why aren't you? Wow, that... I don't know who can read that. Even if you weren't reading it out loud. Alright, here's the plan. Get out there, sweet stuff, and head back. No time will speak. I can't read this fast enough. This is not democracy, this is Halloween law. The only words I want to hear of you tonight are trick or treat, but... Stay behind me so I don't have to look at your horrible costume. So I don't know anything, like, about the story of this game. All I know is it's a turn-based RPG. I know the kids turn into their costumes when they fight. Other than that, I don't really know what the overarching gameplay is. I was always curious, like, how this game plays. So I guess we'll just wander around. Excuse me, got some trick-or-treating to do. Guess again, we run all the trick-or-treating in this town. 30% rise in candy harvest since we took over. No one trick-or-treats this neighborhood before me. So we got the Halloween thugs. That won't let us pass into the street. Huh. Do we have to go up to the door? Trick or treat. This is Halloween, not garbage day. I was gonna give an entire bag of candy to the next kids that came to my over, but ouch, that costume. Damn, that's so mean. Take some of the stale marzipan. Try to eat it, think about how bad costumes hurt Halloween. Your stupid costume was gonna get in the way of my trick-or-treating. How do you know it wasn't your costume? Maybe next time, the next house they'll hate robots but love garbage. Oh, I think they think he's like a trash can or something. Lights on at that house, that means somebody's home. Let's go get that one. I have a good feeling about this house, don't you? Hey, where'd you go? You're hurting my rep. I can't afford to be seen with you in your crummy costume. Well, more candy for me then. She's gonna get kidnapped or something? No, she can't because she was one of the main characters. Scram, human. I'm busy searching this house for candy. Maybe she does get kidnapped. Holy mama, come here, you giant talking candy. Put me down, I'm not candy. Damn, she just got abducted. This game is way too real. This is just great. That's a grubbin. The DLC is called Grubbin on Ice. Bo John has to check this out. Alright, throw it over for inspection. Tell Bo John it was Gus from Section 5 who found it, okay? I'm the only one who gets to throw my sister around. Oh, you weren't supposed to see that, now we gotta fight. Good thing you're just a puny little human baby with a box on his head. Sick of annoying people and monsters trying to ruin my Halloween. It's time to show you how we trick-or-treat back where I'm from. Beat his ass up. Yeah, if you've never seen Costume Quest before, that probably comes as a shock. The kids assume their costumes in the battle, which is kind of cool. So very basic RPG timing stuff. I seem to be hitting it a little early. Not sure if I'm getting the good timing. Every costume has a special power that charges up during battle. Your special power is now fully charged and ready to use. That's cute. I like the battles. Very flashy. Not your average trick-or-treater, are you? Yeah, well, Halloween is kind of my thing. Have you seen a short, dumb, super uncool little nerd running around here? I have to find her or I'm going to be grounded. Everyone in this normal world is dumb and annoying, and right now you're the most annoying one of them all. Now vanish before I'm forced to make you disappear. The choice to have auto-advancing text that goes really quick is certainly an interesting choice. Thank you, Empty Well. Happy Halloween. My costume gone, Ren's gone, my Halloween night is ruined. The one day I care about, the only thing I had to look forward to this whole entire year, ruined. Mom's gonna ground me for losing Ren. And now this cat's gonna barf on me. What you got there, kitty? New costume blueprint? That's the pattern for my robot costume. How did you get that? I just have to find the materials listed here to rebuild my robot costume. It's awesome cat left before I can thank him. Okay. Well, I wonder what I'm going to use my candy for. Probably like money currency for buying equipment, maybe? An excellent structural element on my robot costume. I wonder who put it in that strange coffin. That's a cute look to the game. I like the look of it. I like the cel shading. Frame rate issues, unfortunately. And playing it on a Series X sadly does not seem to fix it. Favorite game is Herman. Yeah, we'll talk about it. I thought it would be a little bit easier to talk about the other games while playing this, but unfortunately the text auto-advances in this, so it means it's going to be pretty hard to speak during these cutscenes. Wow, that's fast. Why'd you do that? Just following orders, kids. Stay out of our way. What'd you do with my sister? Sorry, I don't have time to chat. We're on a tight schedule. So long, Stinky. Hey, I'm not Stinky. You will be after sending these trash cans all night. Need to get through. Monster took my sister through the black gate. Sorry, kid. Roads closed due to vehicular... What was that? Can't get through here to see that horrible accident. Let that be a lesson to you about Halloween safety. Can we get through here yet? time you new kids learn that in this neighborhood tonight is all about me getting candy. Because I think tonight is about you getting served. Raylan's just looking to pick fights. You know, I just realized I've never given a wedgie to a robot before. Get over here. Run, brave Samaritan. He is fast and he is impervious to reason. God damn, that's probably the fastest run I've ever seen in an RPG. Condemned is now delisted on Steam and Xbox. Wow. They delisted the digital version? Happy Halloween, I guess. I kind of missed what I was supposed to do here. I know I have this, but... I think I missed what they expected me to do. Trick-or-treated 2 out of 20 houses. Go after Ren and find out more about that creepy witch. Bullies are oppressing the weak in Auburn Pines. They must be stopped. Use my robot's costume boost ability to outrun Travis. Who's Travis? This guy? Okay, so why can't I engage him? There we go. I think I just talked to the wrong kid every time. We really need more short little 5 to 6 hour RPGs. I think that's such an untapped subgenre of RPG. And you know, it takes a lot of skill to make an RPG that feels complete, that you can beat in 5 to 6 hours. That's not easy, to have a fulfilling experience. Shut your lie hole, Travis, and leave these kids alone. Well, are you really going to arrest him if he acts up again? Nah, but scaring kids is what Halloween is all about, right? Road's clear, time to go rip a big one. Black monster gate off its hinges. That was so awesome, how'd you do that? Did you cast a fatigue spell on him or an invisible glacial wind? I don't know what that guy was thinking, it's like he has no concept of how fast robots are. Our Hobo Knights can take a punch. Yeah, it's a pretty sweet costume you got. Thanks, yours too. Want to switch? Not sure, let me try it on. So just let you swap costumes. I'm on a quest to rescue my sister from the monsters. I'm sure you noticed the monsters. Shh. You had me at quest. I'm thinking I definitely want this costume back because you get that. I like the idea that the whole point of the game is to just go around trick-or-treating at homes. Guess you're last, so better turn off my light. Ah, shit. So that's how the battles occur. I like that. They don't know what house is going to be what. Oh, the knight's moves are way easier than the robot. Oh, I actually hit the wrong button. Battle Buds. The days of getting 5 gamer score achievements and being happy about it. Nope, no Chronos this year. You can blame that on, well, the length of the game, and you can also blame that on Silent Hill F. Because I quickly learned that playing 20-hour brand new horror games the year they come out is not the best idea. And if you want to know how serious I am about that decision, I actually bought a physical copy of Chronos and still decided not to play it. So, probably going to sell it and then just rebuy it in a future year when it's cheaper. It's kind of disappointing that the neighbors are all going to look the same for the most part. Can I talk to you? What did she say? I don't do candy trades. Yeah, if Chronos was like an 8-hour game, that would be different, but it's like a 16 to 20-hour game. That's a very long time. For a game that, after the first stream, like, most people wouldn't want to tune in to watch. So, yeah, that'll be in a future year. Oh, there's cards to collect. How do I get the cards? Yeah, mouthwashing was alright. I don't remember my overall thoughts on that game, but I did feel like it was a bit overrated for what it is. A little hard to understand at times. It was okay. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Ooh, got a trading card. Or a stamp? I don't know what that was. Does my HP recover between battles? I think so. Imagine getting loose candy like that. You found me. I'm playing hide and seek with my friends. Want to play? Find all 6 of us, you get a prize. Can't adjust the camera. Oh, I like this house. I like the decorations. It'd be. I haven't been paying attention if every house is uniquely decorated. Hello, Robert. Silent Hill Homecoming, a good game. Just bought it today. I played it on Series X a couple years ago and really enjoyed it. I think it's a little overly criticized because it was a bit of a big change for Silent Hill back when it first came out. But as its own horror game, it's not bad. There's a big house. Can't wait until we eventually get a third-party member. I believe you do. Oops. I always go early. It just feels like it'll reach there sooner than it does. He's almost dead. Guard myself. I just want to see the animation. That's pretty strong. It's just that fire's killing me. I'm assuming this game just like autosaves all the time. This is where that monster took my lesser sister. Okay, you stay here and keep watch. We'll get our parents. No way, if my parents find out I let monsters kidnap my sister, even though I'm their favorite, they're gonna care a little, you know? They probably wouldn't even believe us. I guess this is one door I have to go through alone. You coming? Totally. Should be 2 kids that wear these exact costumes and go around trick-or-treating. I wonder how long it would take before someone recognizes them. Obviously someone that played the game. Beauty, this won't open until every house has been liberated of its candy. You monsters are never gonna get away with this. Hey, who is this? This is Gus from Section 5. Gus, quit messing around and call your wife. She's worried sick about you. Alright, so that's the overarching goal of where we gotta go. Still gotta go to the park and buy the stamps that they keep talking about, wherever that is. And this neighborhood has a ton of garbage cans. Everywhere you go. Apparently it was garbage night on Halloween. I wonder if there's a map to help me get around. See, let's examine this area again. Is this the park? Yep. Hello, police. Do you know monsters are invading the town, stealing all the candy? Also, they kidnapped my very funny Happy Halloween you too. I'm serious, this is an emergency. Okay, I'll add your complaint to the police log. Man, I hate working holidays. Oh, that's the save point? Okay. So yeah, my plan was to like try and talk about other horror games that I played this year while playing this. This is a pretty fast-paced game, though. It's going to be hard to... Especially because the text auto-advances. Kid, you're in grave danger. Finally, an adult who sees what's going on. However, tonight we are under attack by sugar. Is that your nickname for one of the monsters? Yeah, we are under attack. Man, screw the sugar. Get them kids... Actually, the sugar alcohol stuff is probably just as bad. Sugar is the biggest monster of them all. It rots your teeth, gives you pimples, and makes you fat. Thanks, Copy. I'll appreciate the 53 months. Wait a second. And that's why I'm out here tonight promoting healthy eating through the classic game of bobbing for apples. Want to play? No. Great, let's get started. Grab as many as you can before time's up. Green apples are rare and worth more points. Oh, and I only buy organic produce, so watch out for worms and other parasites. That was easy. We win candy. Is this a trick? Aren't you supposed to be promoting good dental hygiene? Of course. So here is a sweet reward to help you remember your lessons called positive reinforcement. Yes, so first game of the month was Resident Evil Remake. I would say if you missed the VOD of that one, that was almost a 4-stream game. I believe 3.5 streams. Obviously for a first playthrough. That game is not the fastest to go through. But definitely one of my favorite playthroughs this year. I would say that's absolutely a top 5 for the month. For me. Still scares the hell out of me. I know some people can play through that game and not be bothered by it whatsoever, but like the graphics in that are just still so good. Still one of the best looking games of all time in my opinion. The Crimson Heads are still scary as hell. Though I do believe that the first half of the game is way better than the second half. But if you did miss that VOD, I'd say it's worth going back and watching. Because these days I think it's pretty rare to watch somebody do a first playthrough of Resident Evil Remake. At this point I feel like most people that would play such a game would have already played it. Let's see what these battle stamps are all about. Alright, let's see what these are. Maybe they're like equipment. Counterattack. Oh, they are. That's nice. Counterattack upon a successful defend. Egg on your face ability. Damage and stun a single enemy for 1 turn. Increased HP. Adds a chance of dodging enemy attacks. Increased attack power. Alright, now I have a reason to go out of my way and get candy. We're going to get counterattack on a successful defend. We're going to get increased attack power. And damage and stun. Sounds useful. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, so counterattack upon a successful defend. We're going to put that on Everett. Oh, Everett. Increased attack power. We're going to put that on Reynolds. And damage and stun an enemy for 1 turn. We'll go with Everett. Oh, you can only have 1 stamp. Okay. Just wondering how they would deal with that. We'll go with egg on your face for him then. That kind of sucks that you can only do 1 stamp. Yeah, I really like this game so far. It's really cute. Really fun. It's so hard to find a good, super short RPG that you can beat in 1 sitting. It's about time you kids volunteered. The school bake sale is counting on you. Actually, Miss Pupper Pam, we need to get past you so we can trick-or-treat all this houses. So there's a big gate. Nonsense. Trick-or-treating can wait. I need help making pies or else we'll have to cut our PE classes. No more PE? Right on. How dare you speak to your principal so irrelevantly? I will see you on Monday morning in my office. No, please. My mom will kill me if I have to go to your office again. Is there anything we can do to get that, to see that Everett doesn't get in trouble, ma'am? Yes, she can go fetch me an ingredient to help with the pie bake. Hurry before I change my mind and give you both detention on Monday. Oh, there's a second tier for bobbing. Let's go back and complete it, I guess. There are out-of-bounds clips in this game. The speedrun does them. I don't know how they do them, but you do go out of bounds in this game sometimes. For those wondering. Frame stuttering. Yeah, it's the game. It's like a 360 game, which is apparently not very optimized for Series X. Like, you know, Series X does nothing to improve it. Now, where is that candy? No, I think they just move into corners. Since it's all fully 3D. Clip between the boundaries. I always hit it just too early. I don't think I went to this house. I love how the ambiance, you just hear like a bunch of dogs barking and shit. They definitely nail the atmosphere. Yeah, I'm a ghost every year, same amount of candy, less effort. I like that. Looks like I've been to all the houses in this area. Still looking for a password? The only thing about this view angle is it's really easy to, like, miss something. Travis's gun in the neighborhood is free. Actually, since you struck him down, he has become more powerful than you could ever possibly imagine. It's a Star Wars reference for you. Maybe I need to find Travis. Yeah, I'm not sure. Still only found one kid that was hiding too. Hopefully they don't hide in like trash cans. Still haven't found a Glop card. Wait, what's this? I have a manifest destiny. You should see a doctor about that. Here, let me give you this prescription. Is that your Liberty costume? Did I just get a whole new costume? Oh, how to make it. So you gotta craft your costumes. I don't know if egg on your face is worth it. The stun is nice. Might be good for a boss. Let's see, I'm gonna equip a different stamp. Let's just do the increased attack. Or counterattack on Everett. Need to find 2 more kids. Oh, looks like I found a whole new part of the neighborhood I didn't know about. Yeah, there's a sequel to this. Which now that I've played this one, I can eventually play the sequel. How do I swap who's what? Okay. So we gotta oh, right. We gotta do this. Forgot this is a thing. Our first dungeon. And there it is. That was the first dungeon. I really like how they tried to give every home unique decorations. I really like how they handle the random encounters in this game, because they typically, like, they actually feel random because you don't know what you're gonna get. Tying the encounters to trick or treating at doors is very clever. Counterattack. Yeah, that's pretty useful. Yeah, pretty much just the perfect height. It would feel too weird to play this game. First of all, playing this game outside of October would feel strange. At least for like a first playthrough. But even playing this game outside of Halloween itself just doesn't feel right. Like, how could you not play Costume Quest on Halloween? This is a Double Fine game, yeah. Though, honestly, it seems like it could make a decent speedrun. I'd have to see what the glitches are like and, like, what the strats are. But the movement is super fast. And the battles would take a little bit of skill because the faster that you react to pressing the buttons you're supposed to, the faster the combat goes, and those seconds add up. So I would look into it. But it would feel weird grinding this game outside of October, though. Alright, now I officially don't know what to do. I think I've checked everything. Still never found that ingredient. Children these days always want someone else to solve their problem. You're barking up the wrong tree if you think I'm going to help. Damn. Where would she put an ingredient? It's got to be somewhere not too far. Oh, those apples? Oh, those are cherries right there. But now we need to get in here. So this is probably our next step. So I probably got to make the Statue of Liberty. But I got to find the parts for it. But I've only found one? How is that possible? I feel like I've looked everywhere. It's got to be like some ramp somewhere I'm missing. How did I find the sheet? That was in the dungeon, right? Yeah, the speedrun time for this is pretty short. Like, you could definitely beat it in under an hour, even if you're probably new to the speedrun. I'll look into it, because I'm definitely enjoying the game so far. I think it would be an interesting speedrun, depending on how the skips are. For those of you that have played this and remember, is my ultimate goal right now, I'm assuming it's to get the other 3 parts to make the new costume. But do you remember at all where these other parts are? I got 1 piece. So I'm not sure how I'm still missing 3. Auburn Pines, so it's where I am, I'm assuming. There's still 2 kids hiding? How am I still missing all this stuff? There's gotta be an area I haven't looked at. Oh, I just realized these stamps are they're a reference to Garbage Pail Kid cards. Because they use the same banner type on the top, and then the bottom is written the same, like, it's just the same overall look of Garbage Pail Kids cards. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm stuck. Something obvious I'm not seeing somewhere. Have I been here? That's my house. Even if I found one chest for the costume. Wait, there's another chest back there. How do I get back there? Another place they're not letting me go. Oh, he moved? Man, here I thought he wouldn't let me go back there. Okay. Let's see. But this chest is still not going to be enough. Oh, I got another costume piece. Oh, there we go. I just needed to go back there. Knew it was something somewhere I was missing. Where was it? There. Wonder what the abilities are. Can I see? Support, defense. Let's see. Combat ability, Anthem. Restores a medium amount of health to all party members. Exploration ability, none. Yeah, we need a third party member. Because having a support character makes no sense when it's only 2 characters. There's a squirrel in that tree throwing cherry pits. We're through. Just finish our trick-or-treating. The lack of music kind of sucks. Oh, I don't mind it. I actually kind of like the ambiance when you're just going around the town. Because they use the music in the right places. It's not like devoid of music. Man, I hope I'm the only banana tonight. Last year, total banana fest. I just want to see the new character. costume. Oh, gotta like twirl my stick. Yeah, that one's really easy to do. I love that the Statue of Liberty's attack is just like a flamethrower. I just want to see the move. That's pretty cool. Let's check back here first. Trick or Treat game on CartoonNetwork.com. Oh yeah, I never went to that website. So what, they have their own web browser-based games on there or something? See, now that's lost media right there. You're never gonna be able to see or play those games again. Which is a shame. Oh, you can still play it? How did they preserve it? There's got to be a lot of games, though, that are lost that weren't preserved. The only thing I don't like about this game right now, the frame rate drops. Other than that, it's a really good game. For what it is. Statue of Liberty still does good damage, even if it's not the knight. I guess it's similar damage, just less defense. Just as much as their robot, practically. I think this is the last house. They're making the grubbins evacuate because the neighborhood's out of candy. Collect them all. Hey, do you collect creepy treat cards or trade any of mine if you got a fruity foam card? What would you say if I told you I did have one? Impossible. How many packs of cards did you have to open to get it? I'll give you this one for it looks like you don't have it yet. Thanks, I actually had to tear open some packs of grubbins to find it. Are the cards just like collectible? Or do they serve a purpose? So I guess they're randomly dropping when I defeat enemies, and I guess there's just a chance you get a rare one. I got the glop. I should go back to the other kid. You can't sue me, I'm a ghost cheater. Well, at least that was the last one. Here's your prize, and my parents got it for free when they gave money to public radio. Awesome, this holds way more candy than my old paper bag. Alright, let's go turn that card in. And then we can be on. I love the ghosting effect when you zoom around. New spooky area. The monsters are just waiting for us. I bet if we could sneak up behind one, I can give them a good whack with my candy. Alright, so, yeah. Like I said, a little hard to keep talking about games while playing this because it's a very active game. But the second game... These might be a little out of order from what was played this year. But it's a rough order in which I played them. Second game I played, though, was Midnight Walk. Now, I will warn you, that game, like I mentioned in my video, not worth buying for the non-sale price. $40 is crazy for that game. Even if you're playing in VR, that feels crazy. I got it for $24. That felt like overpaying for a 4 to 5 hour game, 4.5, 5 hour game. Oh shit, we are almost dead. However, if you have PSVR 2 and you can get Midnight Walk on sale, it is absolutely worth picking up. That was the stop motion game. That looked amazing. Oh no, Statue of Liberty's down. That game actually is like decently challenging with how much damage you take. You would think that characters wouldn't be able to die this early, but they can. I was really hoping Midnight Walk would have been like one of the best games I played this year, but I don't even think it makes my top 10, unfortunately. Just because... I mean, the graphics are really great, but outside of the graphics looking amazing and the atmosphere, like, it just didn't have much going for it in the gameplay department. I wish I liked Midnight Walk more than I did. Is it worth watching the VOD? I guess the one thing I can do here is kind of like tell you guys if it's worth watching. If you missed one of my streams, is it worth going back and watching? For Midnight Walk, I would say yes. Because if you don't have PSVR 2, and you just want to see what that game is like, it's a very easy stream game to watch. It's one of those games where if you watch somebody play it, then you have no reason to play it yourself. So you can get a lot of use out of like watching me play it to experience the game. And save yourself $40. Ooh, 3 enemies. I wish my charge thing leveled up faster, so I can heal more often. Gonna have to pay attention here. I should probably take out the healer first. Counter. Probably should have switched to the knight. You know, I'm gonna go for shaman. Alright, next game was Soma. Soma was definitely one of the highlights this year for me. I'm glad I finally played it after all this time. Soma was really good for me because the story was amazing. There were some real highlights in the places you go to in that game that I definitely won't forget anytime soon. I think the worst part of the game was honestly like the running and hiding stuff. It felt a little unnecessary. But the story and concept of the game was just so intriguing. I just wanted to know what happens next all the time. That it really made it stand out. I thought the ending overall was a little disappointing. It felt like it wrapped up a little too quickly at the end, but you still get like the closure that you were looking for at least. Because I really thought, I don't want to say too much because I don't want to spoil it, but I really thought when they kept talking about like the place they were supposed to go the entire game, I thought you would actually like literally go there at the end of the game and spend a lot of time there, but you never did. So that was a little disappointing. Yeah, the story in Soma was as good as people made it out to be. Like, it did not disappoint. Is it a game worth watching? It was about a 9 to 10 hour playthrough. I would say yes. Especially if you don't like playing scary games. Like, if you like games with a good story, but you don't like to play them yourself because you just don't like running and hiding from scary stuff, Soma's the kind of game that would be a good watch. I can imagine some of these battles actually being pretty tough if you're under-leveled in a speedrun. This is actually, like, not a walk in the park. It's more like a walk in a cemetery. Some of these battles are pretty close. Children of the graveyard, come to me. Quickly. Hi, talking scarecrow. Aren't you afraid? Not really. You should be. You're chasing a very powerful, dangerous witch. Can you help us fight her? No. But I can give you this. Pumpkin costume pattern. Ooh. I love getting new costumes. Darn, he caught me. Well, I think Costume Quest being short is one of the highlights. I think we need more 5 to 6 hour RPGs. I think it's a great idea. The thought of being able to beat an RPG in one sitting is very tempting. Which makes me really want to get back to continuing my RPG Maker game. Which I plan to soon, once October is over. Great. Statue of Liberty being on fire is not good. Because now it's going to die from the AoE. Man, that fire is no joke. I might lose this fight. I think I'm dead. See what happens when you die. I think I might need to switch to the knight because I'm not even able to get my heal off. I didn't have time to run. The knight can at least defend. burn kills me. Come on, hit the robot. Wow. Oh, it's an AoE attack. Normally I'm only ever able to use that on one enemy. Ah, I keep hitting it right too early. I'm dead. I defended that and it still dealt 20 damage. I think the only way I'm going to defeat this is switch to the knight and I have to get a back attack. Should be better. The game that came after Soma was Eclipsium. That was an interesting one. That was one of those artsy-fartsy walking sim games that has a very interesting and different art style. Unlike anything I've ever seen in a game. That is the kind of game where if you decide to watch me play that, you will probably have no incentive to ever play it yourself. If anything, watch the first 30 minutes and then decide if it's a game for you. Ultimately, I was a little disappointed with that game. It was really cool in the beginning, but as time went on, it got less and less intriguing. It was just too random, too hard to follow. Little too hard to, like, try and understand what they were going for with the story. Very artsy game. Is it a good watch? Yes, because it's probably not something that's going to be up everybody's alley. So you can watch me and see if it's something for you. But I would say it's like a 50-50. It is a walking sim. It's very confusing story-wise. So you're just pretty much watching for the visuals. Man, picking the knight makes this so much easier. His defense just makes a more HP makes a big difference. What's that? I don't know, maybe hit it. How am I liking the game? Oh, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, I think it's a cute little perfect Halloween game. I know we're behind schedule, Dorsilla, but these grubbins are so lazy, especially that one. I caught him sleeping under the bus. Just get all this candy loaded in the next 5 minutes, Bojan, and take it to the Autumn Haven Mall. Mextel is there and he says he's found the candy mother load. Don't be late or I'll take the staff and make you even more ugly than you already are. Well, that's unnecessarily personal. Okay, listen up, Bojo. You can have all the candy. We won't stop you. We just want that one really big piece over there. Are you nuts? That surprise piece. The boss is going to really love eating that one. It looks super chewy. For people that weren't here earlier, it's his sister dressed as candy corn. No one's eating anything except this middle management weasel is about to eat his megaphone. Normally I like to think of myself as a conscience builder, but my job's been on the line here, so I think I'm going to have to show you my mean side. And in case you're wondering, I have to read this really fast because it auto-advances the text and it goes very quickly. Boss battle. Something tells me I may have wanted the Statue of Liberty for this fight for the healing. Ugh, man, the shaman is so rough. Thanks, Postal. Thank you for the 59-month reset. One more to go for the 5 years. Oh, he keeps calling in... Okay, yeah, he's calling in the enemies with the megaphone. Should have been targeting that from the start. I thought if I got rid of the shaman it would be gone, but no. Good damage. Ooh, and they're on fire. Just keep guarding the robot, because if the robot dies, I'm in trouble. I forgot to mess that up. Yeah, maybe one day they will make a third. But Double Fine doesn't really seem concerned with making these kind of games anymore. They want to go big and bold with, like, games that take decades to make. Well, since Microsoft bought them, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure they're ever going to do something like this again. Daily streams October? No. I will eventually need a night off from streaming. Which will probably be tomorrow. Oh, we're in an abandoned mall. That's kind of a cool place. Need a bright light. I haven't really felt the need for how important the candy is yet, though. Like, yeah, you can buy the stamps, but you can only equip one at a time, so there really doesn't seem to be much of a need to keep buying stamps. Hey, look, it's a candy store. And it's chock full of monsters. Careful, kid, you don't want to go near that place tonight. It's been taken over by teenagers. Sure, those are monsters. They sure are, especially between the ages of 14 and 20. I was gonna check out the mall costume party after my shift, but not with those scruffy hooligans running loose. Guess I brought this nifty Space Warrior costume pattern for nothing. Can we have it? Sure, but take my advice, stay on the dark side of the mall, where it's safe. So that's a second costume? I got one for a pumpkin, the mall, multiple neighborhoods. So the pumpkin is eventual. And then this one is from the mall. What was Double Fine's new game? What was it called? 191 on Steam is really bad. Keeper? What the hell kind of game is that? 191 peak? Holy crap. How many years did they work on that? That's like studio ending numbers. Oh, that game? Oh, that game looked pretty neat. Is that on consoles? When did that come out? Did it come out in October? Yeah, I remember the trailer for that. It looked really good. Yeah, no wonder I missed it. It came out in October. How much does it cost? That game received like no advertising. It was just like, okay, here's the initial trailer, and then never heard from it again. $30. I think it's on Game Pass. Yeah, for me, that's a non-factor anymore. At that point, just buy that game and play it and be like, alright, there's my Game Pass game for the month. Spent $30 on it, and at least I get to keep it. Because what if I want to speedrun it? At least I get to own it. That sounds like a game you wait for it to be on sale, though. I love how we're just like doing giant kaiju battles out in the parking lot at the mall. Or wherever we are. I don't know if I should hold a poll or what, but like, we need to figure out what games I'm gonna play first in November. I really want to play Katamari though. I also really want to play Pokemon. And then I got a code for Dragon Quest 1 and 2 Remastered. They sent that to me today. Which I didn't plan on buying that game, so the fact that I got the code helps. It's just, I can't buy all those games right away. I would have waited for it to be on sale. able to make the robot costume yet? One more. Yeah. 1 and 2, I think, are going to be... Like, I'm more interested in playing Dragon Quest 1, because it's going to be a shorter game than Dragon Quest 2. Alright, so next game. No, I'm Not a Human. Now that is a game that I would encourage you to watch my stream of that, because it's very replayable in the sense that even if you watch me play it, your ending is very likely to be much different, and the scenarios that you get end up being very random, and your playthrough is going to be very different from mine. Like, someone said they played the game 5 times and they saw an ending and a bunch of characters that they had never seen in any of their playthroughs, as an example. So it's one of those games where there's no, like, gameplay to it other than walking around and, like... It's like a visual novel with very minimal interactive elements, but a very creepy premise where, like, you can't leave your house because everybody that leaves their house is, like, turning into a... They're getting abducted by, I guess, aliens that look like humans and turned into monsters or something along those lines. Very intriguing plot. I hated the ending that I got, though. The ending was horrible. But the game was very creepy, very unique art style, very different look to the game, unlike any other game out there. It's a good watch. It's also a good game to play after you watch my playthrough to see if it's for you. Or you could just play it. Play it and then watch my playthrough and see how different it is. And it's a pretty short game. It's like, what, 2 hours, hour and a half? Or no, yeah, it was 2.5 hours for me. Alright, new costume. Let's see what it does. Focus is on special type melee. Meteor avalanche. Giant asteroid is summoned over the combat area, damaging all enemies. Exploration ability glow. Nice. Maybe time for the robot to be retired for the combat. If this guy has a good AoE. Find out now. Wow, that's... Didn't that say 10 and 4 damage? It looked like it barely did any damage, but it must have. It must have did major damage to the one I targeted and then minor to the others. Because they're missing a ton of HP, it just didn't look like it did a lot. Wow, this battle is very close. I gotta say, it's a decently challenging game. There's very little room for error, like missing blocks and attacks. when you're even level. Hello, video gamer. Speaking of video gamer, there is a new feature on Twitch, I believe. Like, we've had watch streaks now for a couple years, but they have a thing now where if you miss a stream and you want to keep your watch streak alive, you can like watch the VOD or watch a clip or something like that, and it'll preserve the watch streak, which is apparently a thing now. No more chat in the video. Oh, is it not popping up? Let's see. I don't remember disabling that. Let's see. It should be on now. I think. I could be wrong. It may not work. And to be honest, I'm not even sure I'd trust it. Obviously, it's always better to make the stream. But if you do miss a stream and you're like, oh no, there goes my watch streak, I think that might be a thing now. How much of the VOD you have to watch, I don't know. Would I trust watching like a little tiny clip to get credit for a watch streak? I have no idea. Kind of defeats the point of the watch streak. I agree. Yeah, I agree. It's like, alright, you missed the stream, but you can watch a 10-second clip and get credit for it. I don't know, that does kind of feel like it's cheap. It makes long watch streaks feel less impressive. I like the robot. Or the spaceman. You can tell it's a fun game because I don't mind getting into combat. Normally, if it's not that great, I'd be going out of my way to avoid combat. This is going to be a hard fight. Plus, you actually need the level in this game. Like, I wouldn't want to avoid much combat in this because I'm actually under-leveled for this fight right now. And I've done every combat so far. The game is actually no joke with, like, how close these fights can be. Stop targeting him. Okay, so it does a ton of damage to one character, and then a tiny bit to the others. Ah, man, I didn't block that. Man, that was a good shield. I'm still in trouble here. Man, that shield came in clutch. Counter. This has got to be a pretty hard speedrun. I'm going to be honest, like, the thought of doing these battles under-leveled, like, damn. I'm sure you have to do some fights to level up in the speedrun. Wow, that was a close battle. Shoutouts to the knight. That's the reason I won that. What do I think of the game? It's really fun. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have too many complaints about it. The only thing I'd like is if it had 3 party members instead of 2. But it works well enough. Because the battles are so bite-sized, you don't really even notice. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard anybody talk bad about this. Like, every time someone talks about Costume Quest, it's always pretty positive. Seems like a pretty hard game to not like, for what it is. Just a wholesome little Halloween game. Where the difficulty seems pretty well balanced. I was afraid it would be too easy, but it's definitely not. Wait, 19 minutes ago, Postal bought 5 items? Holy crap. I definitely didn't hear that. Sorry, Postal. Thank you for picking up stuff on the final day. I just saw that in my Twitch notifications. See what Postal picked up. Gloomy eyes? No, I don't think I've even seen what that looks like, to be honest. There's a battle stamp that scares away enemies. Interesting. Oh, you know what? They probably just run from everything, but still, like, I want to know how they're beating some of these bosses without being leveled up appropriately. I don't know if it's best for me to distribute the damage. Because I keep thinking of the Spaceman's AoE attack, but it does very little to other characters. Oh my god. Gonna need that shield. Let's see here. Oops. Gotta pay attention. One down. Shield is so important. Nice. These battles are so close. Ah, wrong button. He's dead. Nope, wait, that was the knight. Another close fight. Alright. Thank you, Postal. Sorry about missing that earlier. Postal picked up a hoodie, embroidered hoodie. Got the mug. Got the unlocking Resident Evil t-shirt. And the print. And the sweater. Damn, Postal went really hard. Thank you so much, Postal. And just a reminder, since Postal pretty much was just a walking billboard for this. Today is the last day to pick up the limited edition Horror Month shirt featuring the Resident Evil remake inspired artwork. And the logo merch is also going to be the final day. But, you know, logo merch usually comes back year after year. However, some things may be retired for different... Right, like maybe the sweater doesn't come back next year. Maybe the mug design changes. Stuff like that. But logo merch will always be back year after year. It's just a matter of what merch for that will be available. I will keep this up into tomorrow, because some people watch the VOD, some people watch the replay of the stream. On YouTube, you just got to check the description. And if you're watching on Twitch, you got to go to YouTube to grab the link for that in the description of the stream. Can't wait to see what the pumpkin outfit does. I really look forward to seeing what all the outfits do. The costumes. And that counter is so useful. Fire burn damage is no joke in this game. This gate will open automatically when all stores in the mall have been emptied of candy. If you would like to leave a message for Dorsilla the Witch, please press any or say one. Press or say one. Listen, whoever's in there, you don't want to eat my sister. My sister smells she's annoying and her costume is embarrassing. In fact, I wish she had never been born. Sometimes. But she's my sister, and that means she's mine to terrorize, not yours. So open up. Such a greedy brother. This game would be really cute with voice acting. Sorry kids, the monorail transport system is down. Been down all night. Yeah, the monsters are probably messing it up. You kids think we got a case for gremlins? Trowbugs, actually, but don't worry, we'll take care of them. Well, if you do, I'll let you ride free all night. How about that? Alright, let's see, where do we want to go? They did a cartoon show based on the game? Oh, did they really? How many episodes was it? That's cool. Was it any good? Oh, they're getting more HP. Level 6 now. I may need to give the spaceman more HP, I'm not sure yet. I'm gonna kill the guardsman with my special. Were they good tie-ins to the games? Like, did you feel like it felt like the games? Candy bag's almost full. I wonder if I'm getting a max achievement score on this. I forget, what was the maximum amount of gamer score you can get from an Xbox Live Arcade game like this at the time? Wasn't it like 500 or 100, 200? Yeah, it was pretty small. Man, I miss the days of actually caring about achievements in these kind of games. Nowadays, 200 gamer points is like nothing compared to what people have. Man, it's gonna be... all hell's gonna be breaking loose, though, when you can no longer download any of these Xbox Live Arcade games. Like, even to the point where, even if you bought it, you can't re-download it kind of thing. At least a lot of them are preserved on Series X, though, for the most part. What the hell? How is he hanging out up there? Alright, so next game that I played around that time was Quantum Error. Quantum Error is one of the few games this year that I'd recommend probably not wasting your time watching me play, because Quantum Error was the only game this year that I did not finish. But if you watch my playthrough of it, you'll understand why. It's just very mediocre. The game is like 15 to 20 hours long. It's the game where you play as a firefighter. It could be first or third person survival horror game. Had some good qualities, but overall it was just not... it wasn't so bad it's good enough to warrant a full playthrough. And I kind of knew that at the start, but I still wanted to try it. Just for its unique premise. Very unique premise for a horror game. You're like actually rescuing people and using the jaws of life, performing CPR on people, putting out fires, but there just wasn't enough of that kind of stuff to make you feel like you're playing a firefighter survival horror. So that is one that you could probably skip. Oh shoot, am I gonna die? The fire is gonna burn the night. Wow. I might get lucky here and kill all three, though. Oh, 1 HP. No! That was so close. Try again. I think it's important to keep trying to level up, though, because, man, you can see what happens. This is a horror game? No, but it's a Halloween game. You're definitely not going to play a game like this outside of Halloween. Tonight is like the only night that playing this game makes sense, in my opinion. Imagine playing this in like the spring or the summer. Wow. Damn, I mistimed that. I think I'm just dead. I'm gonna run away. I can't beat that. I think I'm a little under leveled for this fight. Thanks, Time Zone. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 84 months. Thank you for the 7 years. Really appreciate it. Green ones are worth a little bit more than red. There's a Steam achievement for beating this up on Christmas. That's pretty funny. Last time I dressed up for Halloween, couldn't even tell you. Sorry, but a scary monster told me to stand here and send all kids to the arcade. I mean, not a monster, just a normal person. See if we can get some new good stamps. Got plenty of candy. I'm maxed out. Greatly increased attack power. Poison effect applies. Attacks apply a damage over time effect. Small HP recovery per turn. Applies a stun to a single enemy for 2 turns. Increased critical strike damage. Attacks do splash damage to nearby enemies. I mean, greatly increasing attack power sounds boring, but it probably is one of the better things. But the poison is probably even better, especially for bosses. I don't know how small the HP recovery is per turn, but that could be helpful for low HP characters. I guess I'll try it. I'd be trading off attack for that, though. But if the space man goes down, it's pretty much over. So it's either Zerg them down before they kill me or have some sustain. I'll just buy everything while I'm here that I think looks good. Hello, have at you. It's like, I don't know if I'd want increased critical strike damage when I don't even know when I'm performing a crit. I think I'd rather just have more attack. We'll take slime in case I have a fight where there's a bunch of enemies. I wish you can equip more than one stamp. Maybe now I can. Attacks apply damage over time. Nope, still can't. It's very limiting. Alright, so we'll put HP recovery on him. Just to see how much it is. And then we'll do poison on Everett. Man, I really wish you can equip 2 stamps for a little bit more customization. Favorite candy? Well, back when I used to eat them, it was probably Reese's Pieces. Or Snickers. But I haven't had that stuff in who knows how long. To finish with characters at level 5. Yeah, they're probably not going to really defeat much normal enemies. So I guess they just It's all about luck. The speedruns for this probably end more than finish. Oh, am I about to get a third party member? That would be nice. I almost missed the orange paint for the costume. I'm not sure who I'm supposed to be talking to. The arcade. Not sure where the arcade is. Let me switch to the robot just to go around faster. Talk with the announcer at the bandstand if you'd like to enter the costume. Yeah, I need a third party member. But I gotta go to the arcade. They keep telling me about the arcade, but I can't find it. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure where this arcade is. It's probably once again something really obvious. The only thing I can try doing is defeating this last enemy. Yeah, we were talking about Keeper earlier. We were talking about how the game, barely anybody bought it. Under 200 people concurrent play it on Steam at its peak, which is really bad. Alright, well the poison killed him. $14 damage. That's actually not bad. That means I could ignore him now. So his counterattack would normally do, like, you know, a normal attack. But if that poison persists, it would add up to be more damage over time than just a counter. Plus it's guaranteed to happen every attack rather than having to rely on somebody counterattacking. Well, if enough games are ever available on Game Pass, I wouldn't rejoin Game Pass just for Keeper, because at that point it would make more sense just to buy it. But if there's ever, like, several games on there that I'd want to play with Keeper. But right now there's not several games. Oh, this is the arcade right here. I never noticed it because I was always staring at the enemy. That's cool in the arcade. I was inspecting so much business on Halloween night. I wonder why those kids back there aren't out trick-or-treating. They're making us play games and trade all our tickets for candy. I don't know why they need so much. Hey, maybe you guys can distract them or something while we sneak out. Man, why did we come here instead of just trick-or-treating? Hey, quit your yapping and get back to work before Mr. Bo John gets mad. Hey, wait, I recognize these kids. I hate these kids. Alright, let's put our new stamps to work. I've streamed the Smarties game. It's on PS2, which is also a PAL game. It's a platformer, and yeah, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad. Got that poison. It's pretty good on a big enemy. No counter anymore, though. 9 HP? It's not terrible. Wrong button. Yeah, that sustain is pretty helpful when I don't have the Statue of Liberty to heal. I like the poison. I think the combo I have right now is pretty good. Someone left this on one of the arcade machines. Maybe you can use it to make a costume. Scarf. Oh. What one is that for? Something I don't have yet. Still a lot of costumes. Really hoping I get that third party member soon. Oh, this might be my third party member right here. No time to argue. The monsters have kidnapped my sister and we need to get her back. May I suggest we unify our powers of fantasy and science to fight them? You mean fellowship? Fellowship. Now can I trade you these sweatpants for a costume? Sure. Awesome. Third party member hype. Now we finally get to customize. So, switch. We'll make her... Having a healer would be good, because the AoE heal is certainly worth having. Even though, honestly, going all 3 attack might be better. And then using this for boss fights. So we'll make her... Space. No, we'll make her... Yeah, we'll make her the space. Make him robot. And you knight. Your stamp on space will be Splash damage. Non-human sounds ahead. Monsters. Indoor Scylla. Can we make out what they're saying? You let me down before Bojan. Did I make my mistake by offering you a second chance? No? Just hurry up with the candy, okay? I'm gonna go back to the mother lode and make sure Metzel isn't asleep at the wheel. Hypothesis. These monsters are using the monorail to transport candy. Think it's time we cleared the tracks. I think we just stumbled into another boss fight. Man, you fight this guy a lot. Guess we'll try and zerg down the boss. $14 damage to the others. So it's pretty much like a poison tick of damage. It's not terrible. Not sure if it's worth it though. Probably not worth it unless it's a fight with a lot of high HP at 3 enemies. 2 enemy fights, not worth it. Alright, so next game was Deadly Premonition. Deadly Premonition, definitely one of my highlights this year. Absolutely one of my favorite games I played this month. I think it exceeded my expectations for like what I expected out of that game, which for all these years, honestly wasn't sure what it was going to be like. Just so charmingly weird, and the ending does not disappoint. Hold on, before I ride this... There was... Let me just backtrack over here and see what this was. That is definitely a VOD worth watching. Especially if you don't think you're ever going to play that game yourselves. If you ever think you're going to play Deadly Premonition, then definitely don't watch my VOD. Because that's a game best played without knowing much about it. But if you're like, man, I'm definitely never going to play that game, because it is pretty long. Probably one of the top 3 ones to watch. And they are on, you know, all these are on my second YouTube channel. More PeteDorr. Okay, good thing I went back first. In like my top list at the end, it probably would definitely be in my top 5. Night Security was a Chilla's art game. That was one of the scariest games this year, for sure. I forget what VOD that one's buried in. I think it was a night that I just did the 2 Chilla's art games. Yeah, Night Security, definitely a really good one to watch. Nice and short, super scary. Great atmosphere, great tension building. It was one of the better Chilla's art games that I ever played, and a lot of them are not very good, like the other one I played, which is Missing Children. That is definitely a skip. You don't need to watch that one. You don't even need to play it. That was one of the worst Chilla's art games I think I played. Usually every October I play at least 1 or 2 Chilla's art games, because there's just so many of them. You kind of just like never run out of them. But yeah, Night Security, excellent, one of the best games this year. Missing Children, one of the worst. Just wasn't very scary. There was no like climactic moment. Yeah, it was not a good one. Ooh, did I get a new costume? I just don't have the schematic yet. I wonder if I missed it. I don't want to miss a costume. Hopefully I didn't miss it. Wait, I missed a costume in here? Does anybody know where the costume schematic is in here? I don't want to miss a costume. It says it's found in the mall. Maybe the oh right, I have a third party member now. It's probably the costume contest. Hold on. It's like, what did I not do here? Yep, that's what it was. Alright, so we gotta go suck up to the judges and then enter the costume contest. I think a winning costume would just sweep me off my feet with a little chivalry and honor. Okay, so she wants the knight. Educational. Unless she wants Statue of Liberty? Where's the third judge? Also, there's something here I can't get. Is that where I needed to maybe fall? High tech. Okay, so he wants the robot. So I'm assuming this is probably... So... Knight... High tech... Share that. I think we got it right. See what we got. Unicorn costume. This one here? Wait, I still haven't gotten this. There's still another costume. So I still wait, I'm still missing 2 items to make the unicorn? I'm missing more in here than I thought. I have Sentient, I haven't played it yet. I'm aware of that game though. Like, I know what it's like. Probably not the best streaming game. Unless I can finally go up here. Oh, I can. There's a lot more to this place. You know what? I think I'm just gonna keep the main character here as the robot. Just because, like, just getting around is so much nicer with that. So I'll keep him robot. Keep you as the knight. Keep you as that. I think I want to change the stamp, though. We don't need the HP recovery. Let's go with just increasing attack. See if I notice a difference. 76, yeah, that's a decent amount different. Good extra chip damage. I wasn't thinking, I didn't notice the medic. This should do like 120, 130 now. I don't know, wait, I'm thinking of the Spaceman's attack. Man, the vibe in this mall is like so perfect. Such fun graphics. That's the way to do it, Cinco. Alright, so next game, Manhunt. Manhunt was definitely one of the highlights this year for me. It would have been one of my favorite games of this month by far if it wasn't for the guns. The guns kind of ruined the game in some of those levels. Some of the levels, the gun play was really fun. The levels where the enemies don't have guns but you do, so you just like blast them in the face. Yeah, those were fun. But the levels where the enemies also have guns, those were a little annoying at times. Manhunt in the melee stealth levels, definitely like a 9 out of 10 game. In the gunplay exclusive levels, it's more like a 7. Some of the levels were very annoying. But I really enjoyed it. Manhunt's definitely a fun one to watch. And you don't really miss out on much playing it yourself, because it's the kind of game where even if you watch me play it, if a year or two goes by, you're probably not going to remember much of what you watched, and you can easily play it yourself and still enjoy it. Yeah, Manhunt was a good highlight. I played the Xbox version on a Series X, and that game running at 60 frames was really nice. Oh, they want the unicorn. Oh wait, monster horns? Collect horns from monsters? Should I have been doing this all along? Yeah, I love the atmosphere, I love the mood of Manhunt. Manhunt was one of the last, like, PS2, Xbox era horror games that I had not yet played. That was one of the last remaining ones. Everything else I pretty much played, with a few exceptions. At this point, I try and space them out year by year, because eventually I'm going to run out of... There's going to be no more PS2 RPGs to play, or PS2 horror games to play. See, after Manhunt was Bridge Curse Road to Salvation. That's a fun one to watch. That's probably not one that you want to play yourself. That is definitely a game that you can enjoy by watching somebody else play it, because if you're going to get the physical for that game, it's pretty expensive, and I wouldn't recommend that for what that game is. It's a one-and-done kind of game. Very story-oriented. That's the one that was based on, like, Taiwanese folklore or something about the bridge, and there's a Netflix movie that's based on it. There were some really good scary moments in there, but a lot of tedium as well. It's a good watch, though. Deadly Premonition. I think at the end I ended up giving it like an 8 out of 10. It had a lot of low points, but the high points definitely, like, overrode the low points. So it says I have to collect horns from monsters. Oh, now there's more monsters. That would explain it. Yeah, it was like an 8.5 for Deadly Premonition. The thing that held it back at the end, though, was the survival horror sections did start to get very, like, kind of like, alright, let's just get it over with so we can get back to the story. They were very samey after a while, and you can definitely tell that the horror, like, shooting sections were developed because they were forced to after the fact. You can tell that wasn't really part of the main game. Plus the music. I mean, how can you not love the music of Deadly Premonition? It's pretty much the reason to play the game. Gotta fight these to get the horns. Poison the Bruiser. I probably should have killed the medic. I'm getting greedy with assuming that my AoE will kill them, so I'm just gonna go with this. Yeah, because you would have been left with 2 HP. Then he would have healed. Can't wait to get a new class though. I want to see what the unicorn does. And what appears to be like a ninja or something. The game having 3 party members makes a huge difference now. Next game would be Broken Lord Don't Watch, and unlike the title, I think you should watch it. It's a nice short little hour and a half, new chill as art style indie horror game. I believe from a Japanese developer. That was the one where you start in the apartment with the guy that doesn't want to leave his apartment and he's got to like stab all the eyeballs to escape the room, and then it kind of like turns into a PS1 game for a bit. It was a little disjointed, a little like weird, like why is this happening right now? I don't really understand it. But it was like scary, atmospheric, decently different premise. Definitely the kind of game where it's a fun watch, it's a short game. Playing it yourself, it's only an hour and a half, 2 hours max. There's other Broken Lore games, and I like that one enough to probably try out other ones in the future. Yeah, I think having the counter stamp on one of the characters is just not worth it anymore. Because now that I have 3 characters, the person with the counter stamp is less likely to be targeted anyway. Some of these I'm failing the timing on just to see what happens if I fail it on purpose. Taking the horns is kind of cruel we didn't actually do it. Oh, we got the ninja. See what it does. Shadow Swift, intelligent mercenary, specializing in Japanese art of ninjutsu. Focus is attack, type is melee. Smoke bomb that protects a single party member from enemy attacks for 1 turn. So it's just like the knight. Sneak. How to obtain. After I prove my skills to the monster slayers. Okay. We'll try equipping it. We'll replace the knight with that for now. Oh, I didn't replace the knight. Still want that robot. It's gonna be a battle. Alright. Next game that was played was Silent Hill F. That was an interesting experience. Very conflicting on that game. Really loved the opening to it. But I do really feel like it doesn't feel like a Silent Hill game overall. Does it feel like a great little horror game by itself? Yeah. But as a Silent Hill game, very few elements of that actually feel like a Silent Hill game. I really liked the twist. I'm not going to mention the twist because some people may not have played it yet. But there is a huge twist in that game, gameplay-wise. I did enjoy it. But even that couldn't, like, rescue the game from feeling a little disjointed. I really hated the dream. Didn't hate, but I really disliked most of the dream sequences. Those areas just felt pretty boring environmentally compared to, like, the town, the village. Story was also, like, whatever. I could barely keep track of what was going on, and I really don't like games that force you to play it at least 3 times to understand the story. That's ridiculous. Yeah, Silent Hill F was like a 7 out of 10 for me. Not amazing, not bad, just good. Good game. Not much more than that. Not something I'd ever play again. At least not anytime soon. Yeah, the Scarecrow puzzle was terrible. Like, I like the premise that they did for it, but it just, the execution on that puzzle was terrible. Most of the puzzles in that were just not very good. Unfortunately, I was hoping Silent Hill F would have been like one of the highlights this year for me. But I think it would like barely crack my top 10 of the better games I played this year. I've streamed all the Silent Hills. I like 3. 3 is a lot better than Silent Hill 4 and Origins. I think I gotta kill this guy. feel like the ambush should deal more damage. Probably should have killed that one in the middle. Banking on the poison though. Should be the last store. After that was The Devil Inside. May not have been one of the best rated games this year for me, but it was definitely one of the most memorable. I will never forget The Devil Inside. And that is one that I highly recommend you watch if you missed it. Because, first of all, that game is not easy to get running. And if you watch my playthrough of that, you'll quickly understand how much of a headache it is to play that game. It's a very old PC game that has compatibility issues, and if you have Windows 11, the game just straight up won't work. So you have to play it vicariously if you have Windows 11. But that's the one where you played as a character that was on a game show. And you had the cameraman following you around the whole time with my music was glitched, so that was very unfortunate. So I had to listen to this game show style song every time I opened the menu or the map. Boy, did that get obnoxious, but it did not stop me from finishing the game. And I had a soft lock where the only way I could progress was by reloading a previous save, and I lost about over 2 hours of progress, and I still found the power to do it and eventually finish the game. And if the game was bad, I wouldn't have done that. Definitely a very entertaining game. Was it the most fun to play? No. It was not the most fun to play at times. But man, it was weird, wacky, very different. The controls are crazy. Just a very different game. I'll never forget that game. I want to make more of an effort when I can to play more obscure horror PC games in the future. Just that a lot of them are really hard to get up and running, and a lot of them are really hard. I can never guarantee that I'll be able to finish some of those older horror games due to compatibility or just difficulty or length. But going forward for future horror game months, I definitely want to play at least 2 older obscure horror games that were PC only. The Devil Inside is the name of the game. You can check it out on my VOD channel. Highly recommend it. It's one of the ones I'd recommend most watching. I get a little frustrated while playing it, but when you watch it, you'll understand why. But ultimately, super memorable game. I just want to see the animation. Pretty much the knight's ability. I guess you just can't get attacked at all. Yeah, Devil Inside, definitely one of the highlights for me this year. It's yeah, when I beat the game, maybe I was giving it a 6 out of 10 kind of score, but that's fresh off of playing through some very frustrating moments. But after I beat it and just like keep thinking about it, I'm like, man, that game was something. Alright, how do I get the unicorn? Steal from the mall, 2 parts. Wow, there's still a lot of costumes. How do I, like, move on from this? How do I beat this area? I thought I beat the last store. Yeah, I got 12 stores. Ride the monorail to the candy store and find Ren. Oh, return to the gate. Alright, where was that? The mother lode. They've cleaned the place out. Why does he want candy so bad? Experiment, dissect monster, search for evidence of glucose dependent. Wow, you're really good at science. Thanks, you can do the dissection part if you want. Let's keep an eye out for my sister. Oh, there she is. Alright, roll the credits, we found her. Sorry I made fun of your costume, it's okay. Besides, you were right, my costume kinda sucks. What? That's ridiculous. It fooled these monsters, didn't it? You're right. They totally thought I was candy. That's the last of it. Let's get this candy on the bus and get out of here, you sugar-sucking slime pigs. You mechanized meat and we're putting an end to your candy stealing operation right now. You little children think you can take my candy dozer? We can, but I warn you, the proof will be rigorous. You two go stop them while I put the rest of the candy on the truck. Don't screw this up or you'll be answering to the big bones. Oh no, not big bones. We'll do anything you tell us. I'm telling you to stop them. It's a lot of HP. The poison should do a lot of work here. Get poison on both of them. Poison's good for battles like this. Normal shorter fights, maybe not so much. Tried, but at the end of the day it wasn't good. Uh-oh. One of those guys is my brother-in-law. Really? Which one? No idea. Shrub bags all look the same to me. Just like filthy humans. HP, holy crap. I think this is a fight where I'm gonna need the Statue of Liberty for the healing. Not sure I'll be able to make it through this. Unless the poison does good work. $22 damage, yeah, that's not gonna cut it. It's gonna be a close fight. Damn. I don't know if going for Kitsune's Shroud is worth it. It just makes them untargetable. They're gonna die anyway. I think I just gotta try and Zerg it down with damage. I'm gonna go for it. Because the ninja can survive 1 hit, I believe. Yeah, see, that's useless. If it doesn't target... Well, I guess it forces them to hit the ninja because they can't target the spaceman. So in a way, it bought me a turn there. So maybe it is good. I don't know. Looks like we're going to be okay, though. What? He's still going? What the hell? Yeah, we're gonna need healing. Wow. Yeah, that is definitely a change the costumes kind of thing. Alright, I think we gotta go knight. Do liberty. Actually, we'll make him knight. Her liberty. And then him... I think Spaceman, we need the damage. So something like that. Space... Knight. Okay, so he's space, he's got damage. Can I equip this on... No, I can't equip it on more than one. Counterattack on a successful defense, slime attack. Probably not needed for this boss fight. Chance to cause a single enemy to flee. Increase attack power. If I was closer to that stamp store, I'd go buy the stun for 2 turns. I actually need to. The ninja ability essentially just like for 1 turn, 1 character is untargetable. It's not the greatest. Really wish that I had a different costume. Like I'm still nowhere near finishing unicorn. Greatly increases HP. Adds a greater chance of dodging enemy attacks. Applies a stun to a single enemy for 2 turns. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. And we're gonna greatly increase HP. We need sustain for this fight. So HP, we're gonna put that on Lucy. Survivability. Poison effect, we'll keep that on Everett. And then the stun, we'll put that on Reynolds. Hello, Weasel. Did I get a Mad Catz fight stick back when Street Fighter 4 was huge? No, I just played with a controller. I was never in the fighting games enough to use fight sticks. Ooh. If I can get one more level too, that would help a lot. I might actually try and do that. See if I can go to the other stamp guy real quick. Should level me up. Damn, Lucy's HP is crazy. Is this game fun? Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I definitely recommend it. Okay, so that move doesn't do damage. It'll just stun for 2 turns. I'm thinking putting the stun move on Lucy might be better then. So she can do something when she can't heal. So let's give her the stun. Just want to see if I can give it. I don't know if I have the other trading card for this guy yet. Alright, now the fight should be a little easier. try that again. Alright, so where were we? The Devil Inside Canine. That was an interesting little game. That was the one... It was like that 45-minute, 1-hour game where you're running away from the dog that's like... stalking you with his dubstep music. That was actually a way more fun game than I expected it to be. I didn't know what to expect out of that one. Yeah, if you're still looking for a game to play, like Halloween night, look up K9 on PlayStation or PC, I'm sure it's on, or Xbox. It's a short little, like, 45-minute game. Pretty fun, pretty silly. I don't even remember what VOD that's buried in. I beat something else and then I started that one, but I can't remember what game it was paired with. And then Echo Night. Echo Night was one of the highlights this year for me. Even though it wasn't, like, one of the scariest games, it definitely had its atmospheric, creepy moments. Even though it was very easy to get stuck in that game and not know how to progress without a little tip or help or something, it was still a very awesome PS1 horror game that I'm glad I finally played. All these years later, that game's been sitting in my collection since I picked it up in, like, one of my early YouTube videos for $7. Yeah, it was worth $7. That's for sure. That's a VOD I would definitely recommend watching, because that's not a fun game for most people to play, but watching it, you might get a lot of fun out of it. It's more of an adventure game, puzzle solving. There's actually, like, no combat in that game. It's not really what you expect it to be. When you, like, see... If you just looked at snippets of gameplay, you might think it's more of a Kingsfield kind of game, but it's not. Like, I always knew it wasn't a Kingsfield game. I just didn't know what to expect. And of course, it had Blackjack. Blackjack was probably the best minigame ever for a horror game. That Blackjack, for those of you that don't know, it took me almost 3 hours to beat a Blackjack minigame because everything is stacked against you. Like, the AI is such a cheater. So if you're looking to feel my pain and torture, because I wanted the true ending for Echo Night, go watch the second Echo Night VOD. If you missed the second night of that game. Yeah. Yeah, and then Burrito John, he was like, man, there's no way he's going to beat this in the next 5 minutes. I don't want to ruin it, though, like, if people haven't seen it, but let's just say that I got really lucky. Really lucky with one of my hands. And yeah, shout out to Burrito John for his crazy support. Made that game, made Blackjack a little bit, sting a little bit less. Well, that's why I said the game I'm playing for Halloween, it's going to be a game that you would think I would have played by now, but never did, and you're going to be like, oh, I'm surprised you never played it. Yep, that is Costume Quest. Oh, he comes after a certain amount of turns. You actually don't have to wear them down. Maybe a certain amount of turns, you don't have to deal damage. Alright, moment of truth. This is a crazy fight, by the way. 3 phases. Gotta try and keep my characters alive with healing. Statue of Liberty, save us. Let's see if stun works on. Oh, no, it doesn't work. I had a feeling that would be way too powerful. I brought the stun and it did nothing. They actually one-shotted me because I used it. That's so crazy. I went to do a 2-turn stun and they're like, you can't do that. And then he just one-shotted my tank. I'm gonna lose my poison too. Wait, I'm stunned or he's stunned? I'm stunned? What? Holy crap. I've never been stunned before. Well, now I can't win. There's no way I'm dealing 1,000 damage this. Wow. This is crazy. Am I under-leveled or something? I would have been able to beat him if he didn't one-shot my knight because my stun didn't work. Yeah, there's no defend option. Okay, well, it's great to know that the stun is useless. I don't know what to put on her now. I guess just HP recovery? Or no, I'll put HP on Lucy because she needs that to survive. But then again... Poison effect is good. And then I'll just increase attack. Try again. Sucks I can't skip the cutscene either. It's actually a way harder fight than I thought it would be. Hey, thanks Bovine. Happy Halloween. Hope you all had a nice spooky stream. I'm stuck on a boss in Costume Quest of all things. It's actually pretty damn challenging for this fight. Enjoying this though. It's a fun little game. Wish you can skip these cutscenes. Can you really not skip these? Oh, you can with the B button, okay. Gonna say. So I can't tell if this is based on turns that pass or just like dealing a certain amount of damage. I'm gonna save my Meteor Avalanche though, I'm gonna save that for the boss. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Epic. It's way more fun than I thought it would be. It's just like the perfect little Halloween game. Alright, we're going in with full HP. Yeah, it still holds up. I mean, it's very basic by today's RPG standards, but that's what I kind of like about it. Wish my poison did a little more damage. I almost feel like they want me to use the ninja for the ability. But I think the shield is just better. So much damage, holy crap. I think I gotta save Guardian Shield until it says, like, okay, I'm being targeted, and then save that person. I think that's the trick here. Guardian's Crusade, yeah, I can see the similarities. Alright, we get him to the third phase with everybody alive. Heal up. This move is hilarious. I guess I'll just put it on Lucy? He hasn't said who he's targeting, but let's see. I'll still save it. Wow. He still isn't targeting anybody. I'm just gonna put it on Reynold because I need that damage. Little hyperthyroid. And I chose correctly. He would have been dead if I didn't put the shield on him. Wow. Excellent shield usage. I'm telling you, Knight is so much better. Because I think it persists for more than that one turn. Like, unless that was 2 turns, yeah. So his lasted 2 turns. I'm actually shocked how challenging this fight was. I'm surprised. And I haven't been skipping fights. It just was that close of a fight. But the secret really is you gotta bring Knight in here with the right stamps. Yeah, it's been good. Thank you, Bovine. Yeah, thank you, Raj. Pathetic. Big Bones promised me his best soldiers. This is what I get for outsourcing. This game would be so much better. They need to do a remaster of this game and put voice acting. This game would benefit greatly from some good voice acting. Wonder how far into the game this is. I definitely got stuck here longer than you're probably supposed to be. Because there's still quite a few costumes left. Oh wow, she's leaving us. Story is kind of cute. Hello, Cheesy. Take these horrible costumes away and burn them. Without them, the children are powerless. Yes, Ursula. Wait, they actually let me advance the text here with the A button? The rest of you, sweep this town for candy. This is our last stop before the trip. Okay, never mind. Because it advanced when I pressed A, because it was kind of just sitting there. I wish you can advance text on your own in this. I'll definitely be playing Costume Quest 2 at some point, I'll tell you that much. Because I enjoy this one. You gave up on this game? Is that just a picture? No, it's not a picture. I don't use green screen. I'll show it to you though, since this is the last night it's going to be up. There it is. It's changed a little bit because last night I had my Evercade set up over here. I played Splatterhouse 2 last night for my YouTube members, which was hard as hell, by the way. That game kicked my ass. I don't know how I beat that game on the Genesis all those years ago. Within a timely manner. Like, holy crap, was that game difficult last night. I don't know if it was because I was playing it on the Evercade with the arcade controller, which technically should have been easier, but then again, it's a game that was built for the Genesis controller and not an arcade stick. But wow. Yeah, it was, I mean, people that were there, you saw the pain I was going through. You'd have to you have to watch the VOD. I'm not going to be playing Splatterhouse 2 anytime soon unless I'm like practicing it for a speedrun or something, that's for sure. No more casual playthroughs of that game. Speedrun only, if I ever learn it. But yes, this will be the last time this year. This background's up. Tomorrow I gotta disassemble everything. I'm probably not streaming tomorrow, by the way, just so you know. Streaming 30 days straight with the exception of the one day I went to Comic-Con, which was also a very exhausting day. I had no breaks this month. Tomorrow I have to disassemble all this and then, you know, get ready to start streaming again. Have I been following all the Xbox drama? Not really. I'm kind of like whatever with Xbox at this point. It would take a miracle for them to come out with something that really brings me back in. It's like, alright, I'm just fine with them going multi-platform at this point. I don't really care. Hit the sign. Well, I wouldn't say Xbox is going to get out of hardware. There's a lot of rumors right now that are talking about the next machine. But it's like, whatever. I'm not sure what I would do with the next Xbox. I mean, of course, getting it to be able to continue to play backwards compatible stuff. But if I'm out of the Game Pass ecosystem, it's way less of a reason for me to keep up with Xbox. I think this is a good game for someone who doesn't play turn-based games often. Yeah, you can definitely fit this in the same boat as something like Mario RPG, which is like another, you know, very approachable Paper Mario, stuff like that. Yeah, the only thing that the rumors that I like is that the next Xbox will essentially just be a Steam machine. Depending on how they integrate that, I might be interested in it. Like I said, if they use something that makes it extremely easy to literally just plug a controller in and have it work no matter what game it is, then I'd be on board. Because I hate the fidgeting with getting PC games to run appropriately on my PC. I just can't stand it. Because I use an ultra-wide monitor and there's like so much issues with resolution. The games don't go in the windowed mode appropriately. I try and force it. It doesn't go into windowed mode forcibly. Like, it's just, the controller isn't configured. There's always something. So if I can just get a Steam machine where no matter what, I plug that controller in and it's going to be compatible. Even an old weird game where like maybe AI reads the inputs and just does it for me. That I'd be interested in. It's just like Wicker Man reference here or something. That's a creepy movie. I haven't seen that in a long time. New area hype. PC's all about the tweaking and settings, yeah, and I'm not into that. I'd rather just be given performance and quality setting and switch between the two and have them do all the work for me. I hate fidgeting. It's like, oh, the game is running at 55 frames a second instead of 60. Time to figure out what setting is causing that. No thanks. Oh, what can we do to get an extra 2 frames out of the game? Nope, don't care. I never will like PC gaming as opposed to consoles. Got no costumes on. What if it's up at 1200? Yeah, the price is kind of ridiculous. We'll see what happens. Then I'd be in no rush to get it. Because if it's not going to have any launch games that make it worth picking up, because everything's just going to be PC anyway. Or other platforms. Like, alright, well there goes. The one reason I get excited about new console launches are for the exclusive launch games. Or just like literally anything exclusive that makes it worth picking up on day one. I just realized I never got the unicorn. We got a French fry costume? What in the hell? Salt assault. Salt and hot grease stuns all enemies for 1 turn. What an amazing costume. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Apparently there's 2 things that I need to get the unicorn. That's a shame. I'm not going back there at this point. Especially because I'm missing 2. I don't know how to get it, so I guess we're just going to have to skip the unicorn. That's unfortunate. I think the thing that people underestimate with the next Xbox is if it ends up being an expensive PC, which it's going to be a PC. It's just going to be a consoleized PC. It's a consoleized PC for people that don't want to do any fidgeting or troubleshooting themselves. They just want it to all be taken care of on the console side with updates and like whatever else, right? And I think some people are willing to pay a premium for not having to actually give a shit about tinkering with a PC for a similar quality and output. But yeah, Xbox, it may be the first console that I don't buy at launch, depending on what the hell they offer. What it does, the price, like what is the reason to get it on day one, what are they offering you? It better be damn exciting, whatever it is. Because I'm pretty over Xbox at this point. I pretty much just use it as a backwards compatible machine. And that's it. I'm pretty distanced from Game Pass. It's just too expensive. I like to own my games. Yeah. Maybe like once or twice a year I'll renew it for a month and play some stuff that's on there. But yeah, the yearly subscription thing, I'm done. Gotta get more costumes. Where am I bringing her? Okay, there we go. Wasn't paying attention. Oh, I was a 360 loyalist. I mean, anybody that watched my channel on YouTube all these years, you know how much I was into 360. It's a shame what it's become. Way to throw away the Xbox brand. Strong counterattack upon a successful defend. We're gonna go with the strong counterattack. I think. But then again, there's 3 party members now, so the chance of being attacked is now 1 in 3 instead of 1 in 2. So that's not technically as good, but I gotta spend my candy on something, so we'll buy these. Wait, auto resurrects self after 1 turn with some HP restored. Wow. That's good for a boss fight. Go to order for snacks at the movie theater. Usually nothing. Back when I used to get snacks there, it would just be popcorn. But now it's just nothing. And if I gotta get something to drink, it's overpriced water. I was never the type of person to get candy in a movie theater. No. Just popcorn, that was it. Still need 1 more person. See anybody else? How's the darkness on Series X? I'm not sure about the Series X version. Sure, it runs fine. Ah, there we go. You know what? You know what the trick to the movie theater is? Get something to eat before. I'm like not paying attention here. I'm not sure what they want me to do. I still need 2 costumes. Huh. I am not sure what they want me to do here. Still need 2 costumes. I got the tickets. Maybe there's something over here I missed. He won't let me through. Let's... What? Ah, forgot about these guys. That's what I get for not paying attention during that cutscene. There we go. Let's stick with the French fry and see how it does. Keep you as the fry. Keep you as the knight, and we'll put you as... I don't really know why you'd use the robot over the space character. The space character just seems to do more damage. I guess it's more concentrated damage over AoE damage. I got a vampire costume. Hold on. Or I thought it said vampire. Do I have the schematic for the vampire? Oh, maybe not. I thought it said vampire. Guess not. Here you are. Who are you? I am many things. A helpful cat, mysterious scarecrow. But in my truest form, I am simply Dorian, humble mystic and brother of Dorsula the Witch. Plot twist. You're Dorsula's brother, you've been helping us all along? My sister's fallen into a bad crowd, she needs to be brought to her senses. But I can't be the one to do it. Why? Because she's really mean and I'm totally afraid of her. But I can help you do it. Get out to the top of the Ferris wheel, there you'll find the path. But hurry, you're running out of time. Let us go, please, I'm afraid of heights. See, I told you these humans are full of candies. You're right, I guess I owe you a hug after all. Let those guys down. Those kids that Dorsa told us about, we can't let them get to the Ferris wheel. Disconnected from Xbox Live. Look at that, they heard me talking shit about Xbox, they're like, you know what? Let's disconnect him. The fries is hilarious. It's a freaking crab lobster like. I guess it's like a crab fry. That's funny. I love all the different costumes. I wish I got the damn unicorn though. I'm still kind of mad about that. I have no idea how I missed 2 ingredients for the costume. What? I have to be online to play I literally own Costume Quest. I bought it. I'm not playing on no Game Pass. Excuse me? What is this, Stadia or something? They serious? Do I own this game? Yes, I just bought it. What the hell? Excuse me? How am I disconnected from online? How am I, like, I literally bought the game. How am I not allowed to play the game I bought? Oh my god. That's the scary future of digital games, whatever the hell that just was. It's Costume Quest. Why would I have to be online to play this? Oops. I guess that counterattack is pretty good. Stuns all 3 characters. Shame no damage though. Probably gotta use this to get up there. Let's see. What do we need? Nope. Crab is just too good. Oh, I guess wham is a critical. I was never paying attention to that. Or no, it's just a normal attack. It's really hard to tell when you get a crit in this game. I haven't noticed anything out of the ordinary. Oh, I guess it is the wham. Unless it doesn't go off because that's a counter. Ugh. Should have killed that shaman sooner. Anyway, what game are we up to talking about? The Suffering. Suffering was one of the strongest, like, first opening hours to a PS2 era horror game I've played, I think. That was definitely something. A shame the rest of the game couldn't be that good. But yeah, the first, like, 3 or 4 hours of The Suffering were awesome. Some of the later areas, not as much. But really creepy, really scary, really awesome atmosphere in the opening of that game. Just wish the second half of the game was as good as the first. Worth watching, though. I enjoyed the story. I enjoyed where the story went at the end of the game. Alright, what are we doing? Like, do I have to just do trick-or-treat at all these places to advance? But at least I can play the sequel now and see what the sequel's all about. You know, that probably wouldn't guarantee that being next year or anything. But eventually I'll be able to play it. And then after that was Fears the Fathom Carson House. One of the biggest highlights this horror month for me. If you somehow missed my playthrough of Fears the Fathom Carson House, I don't remember what game came before it. Like, it's in the middle of some VOD. I gotta do some editing and, like, pull that out so I can upload it as its own video. But Fears the Fathom Carson House, definitely the scariest game this year. The most, I'd even argue, the most atmospheric. Definitely had the biggest jump scare, one of the biggest jump scares in the history of Horror Game Month. Great game. I really, really enjoy the Fears the Fathom games. And there's still one more I gotta play. I really wish they would make more of those. But considering the developer hasn't released one this year, I don't think. They may be done. That was after Devil? Okay. But yeah, it's like one of those home invasion games, so you know how that goes. Not for the faint-hearted. I actually, after I beat that game that night, I went on Twitch and YouTube and I like tried to find other people playing that game. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to find the jump scare scary moments because it's kind of like hard to pinpoint where that would happen in their video or their stream. But one of them I found where somebody got a jump scare in a place that I didn't get a jump scare, which was actually in front of the house by the garage, outside the house. And man, they got scared shitless. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Then other people did get the jump scares in the two places that I saw them. But man, what a crazy game. It's like the perfect game to gift to a friend and watch them play it, just so you can see them get the biggest jump scare ever. However, the bad news is, you can actually play that game without a jump scare, I believe. I think. Like, if you play it optimally and know what you're doing, or get lucky and figure out what to do, I think you can go through the game without a jump scare, which sucks. After that was Dead Reset. Dead Reset was a lot of fun. That was the FMV game, like choose your own adventure with multiple endings. I really enjoyed that. That game took me by surprise. That was way better than I was anticipating it to be. And it's absolutely worth watching. Because it's pretty much like you're watching a movie with us. It's like a time loop game where you keep dying and waking and dying and waking, and you gotta like try and change the outcome, but it's actually really good. There's like a monster hunting and killing everybody. Really good. Took me by surprise. There's a physical coming out for it in the first week in November. It is $30. I'm not sure if it's worth $30 for the physical, because it's kind of like you'll play the game maybe twice and then be done with it. But it's the kind of game where if you like bring it over a friend's house, it's like watching a movie and like give it to them and see what kind of choices they make. Could be fun. It's also the perfect game if you have family members that don't normally play video games. Busting that game out and like having them make choices, they can have a lot of fun with that. Okay, looks like we got a couple more. Hopefully this one's not a monster. Oh my god, there's so many in this area. Let's see. Alright, next was Grey Hill Incident, which I was expecting to be pretty bad, but I actually ended up really enjoying that game. I know that game gets slammed as like, oh, it's so bad, it's one of the worst horror games ever. It's really not. It's one of the worst priced horror games ever, but the game itself is not that bad. Yeah, paying $30 for that game when it came out or whatever it costs, 25, 30, it might have even been 35, I don't remember, but the price was a ripoff. But if you can get it on sale, that's the Alien game, by the way. If you can get it on sale, it was actually a lot of fun. It's a fun game to watch, very silly. You know, you're getting hunted by aliens, you gotta run and hide from them. Great sound effects, great atmosphere. Actually kind of scary sometimes, I gotta say. There's like, they got me with a couple jump scares. The game looked great. It's a really good $10 or under game, it's just not a very good $25+ game. One of the highlights this year for me, though. Missed. Do I play any handheld consoles? If I'm streaming it. Pretty much anything I play is going to be streamed. I don't really, like, play games off stream unless it's, like, a mobile game or, like, an MMO or something. Something that, you know, I'm just playing on my own time. But, like, to sit there and play a handheld game that I could be streaming, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I do think this is one of the lower points of this game right now, though, and the reason I say that is the combat is just too back-to-back. It's just too many fights one after the other. The combat was spaced out better earlier. Now it's a little too many fights back-to-back. Pacing here is not the best. What are my thoughts on the modern Final Fantasy series compared to older? To me, I just view them entirely separately. It's really hard for me to compare older Final Fantasy games to the newer ones. They're just like too... Like, how do you compare Final Fantasy VII to Final Fantasy 16? You just can't do it. At this point, just compare the newer ones to each other. My cutoff point would pretty much be from Final Fantasy 13 and back. Anything past 13 at this point, like 15 and 16 and whatever else they come out with after 13, it's just like... To me, it's almost a different series. Because that's when they went fully action. So, it's just different. If I ever go back to... Of course I'd keep playing games if I wasn't streaming. But when you stream almost every day, it's like, you just... People that stream a lot, you know it's kind of weird to play games off-stream. It's just kind of a mentality you get into. For me to sit and play like a single-player RPG by myself, it just feels weird. You gotta remember how long I've been doing this. You just get accustomed to talking to other people while you play games. To sit there in silence and play like single-player games by yourself, it just feels odd. It almost feels like you're missing out on sharing the experience with other people. It's hard to understand unless you do a lot of streaming. I have no idea what they want me to do. I thought clearing out all these tents would have done something. I sure hope that was not... I hope that was something I had to do. Kind of want the robot back for the fast movement. There's one here. Man, there's so many tents here. Please don't be a monster. Okay. Alright, now I'm really not sure. Let's see. 7 out of 16 houses. Find a dramatically different way up. Get to the top of the Ferris wheel. Well, this guy won't let me get up there, and I don't know why. Wait, is that a dark area I gotta go through? Hold on. Forgot that's the thing with this. Nope. If any of you know where I gotta go here, you can tell me, but I don't expect any of you to remember where to go. Well, I'm definitely gonna be taking some... I don't know about multiple days off in a row, but I will definitely be taking some days off in the coming weeks, yes. It is very draining to stream a month straight. You know, there were definitely some nights where I'm like, damn, it would be nice to just like lay on the couch and watch a horror movie and just relax. But horror month, streaming horror games always takes priority. Especially because my sleep throughout the month will sometimes get out of whack, and then, like, I had to take a lot of naps in October. Like, literally right before I streamed. It's like, I felt exhausted, and it's like, time to take a nap so I can wake up and stream. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make it very far. Like, even today, unfortunately, I woke up really early, and I don't know why. I didn't get much sleep. I got like 4 hours sleep. And I'm like, great, of all days of the year on Halloween. So I had to go to sleep in the middle of the day, which sucks. I hate doing that. Otherwise, I'd be too tired right now if I didn't go back to sleep. I'm the type of person, if I wake up early, I can't get back to sleep. I have like 2 minutes, and if I don't fall back asleep, that's it. I'm up, and that's that. Yes, I spent my Halloween freaking sleeping most of the day. How long is a nap? Well, I usually try and set my alarm to make sure it's nothing over... The ideal nap should be 20 to 30 minutes, but it's very hard. It's hard, unless I'm exhausted, it's very hard to lay down and be like, okay, I'll be asleep within 10 minutes. Usually it takes me way longer. So, whatever. I usually just lay down, start sleeping, and then whenever I wake up is when I wake up. But if I really need to be up by a certain time, I'll set an alarm. To me, if my body needs the rest, then I'm gonna get the damn rest. But I took some like half an hour naps this month. Now that I don't drink caffeine anymore, it's a lot easier for me to fall asleep and take a short nap. Back when I used to drink caffeine with coffee and everything, it was a lot harder to like be like, okay, I'm gonna go take a 20 or 30 minute nap. That was really hard to do because it would take me 45 minutes an hour to fall asleep. So how are you gonna set an alarm to wake you up when you're still awake when the alarm goes off, right? Like that's rough. People that know, you know the struggle. They're like, oh yeah, a 20-minute nap is so healthy for you. Yeah, but do you know how hard it is for some people to instantly go to sleep and take a nap? Not easy. Like today, it definitely wasn't healthy to take an like I probably slept for 3 or 4 hours in the middle of the day, but that's because I had almost no sleep. Now that's really bad to get woken up from sleep once you're like in that deep sleep. But it is what it is. It was either that or be absolutely exhausted the entire time I was streaming tonight. There's way too many enemies in this area. I'd say this is the low point of the game. There's too much combat at this point. Earlier in the game it was nice because there was a lot of story and stuff between the battles. But this area in particular has a ton of combat. I probably should have equipped better stamps before I started doing all these fights. Kind of late now. More damage stamps. No, it wasn't a struggle to get caffeine out of my diet. Because when I was in the hospital, I wasn't drinking caffeine. So when I got out of the hospital, I said, okay, let's just keep not drinking caffeine. Because I wasn't dependent on it. You know, I'll still have decaf coffee once in a while. But not caffeinated, not regular caffeinated coffee. Tea? No, tea has tons of caffeine. So if I drink tea, it's got to be decaffeinated. You know, it's like caffeine at the end of the day, it's like whatever. I don't know if it was really helping me, hurting me. But I'm like, you know what? It's probably not a bad thing to cut it out. Because I don't need it. Doing fine without it. At least you won't get those late day crashes when you're not having it. Damn, that probably would have killed him. I gotta take him out. I really hope I'm meant to... I'm pretty sure you have to do all the trick-or-treating here. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it's optional. Probably a little late to change stamps, but let's try and get something. Counterattack. Greatly increased attack power. Let's do... Where's the AoE one? Slime. It's just increased damage on him. I guess we'll just keep her HP up. Or poison. Actually, poison could be good. Let's do that. I guess the speedrun just skips all this stuff. This can't be required. Because how would they beat the game in 47 minutes if you had to do trick-or-treating here? That wouldn't make any sense. I don't know what this gets me for doing, though. Having that AoE attack would have been so much helpful. I'm so bad about going early on that. Wow, he almost one-shots now. Putting the damage on the knight was a good move. Yeah, I remember those days. I used to drink Monster energy drinks and Rockstar energy drinks. That shit is so bad for you. They tasted really good. Certain ones. I never liked Red Bull, thankfully. Those things always tasted disgusting. I wonder, is Rockstar energy drink still around? Is that still a thing? Yeah, I used to get the blue one. They tasted really good. I'd drink them every day. One a day. But yeah. If you want to make a change in your life for the better, try and get off of energy drinks. I know that's not easy, but... Okay, so the speedrun probably just clips through that door. Where is that? Where's that gate? I don't remember seeing that. remember I used to do the 5-hour energy things. I remember when I used to go to Comic-Con way back in the day. I would drink a 5-hour energy. And those did kind of work for me, but damn was the taste terrible on those things. And you'd get a bad crash later in the day. Damn. Now they spawned enemies here. I'm gonna see if I can run from this fight. I don't think all these fights are necessary right now. Yeah, the 5-hour energy definitely gave me energy, though. I'll tell you that. Back in the day. Coffee never really did anything for me, though. Like, the caffeine from that wouldn't wake me up. There would be so many times where I used to drink coffee and just go to sleep afterwards. Like, the caffeine in that shit never did anything for me. Okay, now I actually have no idea where they want me to go. Oh, I can go down here. Oh, okay, maybe not. Where's that gate? I hate that you can't run by that. I like the escape animation. This game's got some fun animations. I'll tell you one thing though. Trying to get decaf coffee when like you're out somewhere, not easy. So many places just they'll have like a pot for decaf coffee, but they never fill it up. I guess because not a lot of people drink it. It's such a pain in the... It's so hard to find a place that has, like, hot, fresh decaf coffee. Okay, what are we doing here? The gate opened, but I'm not seeing a path. I don't even know where that gate was. It's over here. It's like a whole nother part of the village over there, behind that wall. I totally don't get where they want me to go here. Do any of you know what I gotta, like, where I gotta go here? By chance? I don't expect any of you to remember this game, though. But if you played it recently... I talked to the guy with the cannon, and he still doesn't want anything to do with me. Attackable stun. Greater chance to cause an enemy to flee. Attacks do splash damage and may apply damage over time. Ooh. Definitely get that. Let's get this. I'm gonna apply the AoE to everybody. Now we got 2 AoEs. Yeah, this is still not opened. Yeah, I don't know how to get that carnival guy to let me use the cannon. I did all the trick-or-treating, which I thought might have been it. Get past him without him seeing us? Oh, do I have to be the ninja? I didn't even think about using this ability. Oh my god, I wasn't thinking about that. I forgot about the ninja ability. I haven't had to use it yet. Alright, well, that answers that. Well, whatever. All the battles I did anyway is required to open the gate. So it's not like it was a waste of time. Yeah, the overworld use is clever. Alright, we gotta take out the monk first, because they can heal. Ooh, that's some good AoE damage. Damn, one shot. Alright, so where were we talking about horror games? We're getting towards the end with that. Resident Evil Revelations, which obviously I just got done playing. I think I ended up giving that game like a 7.5 out of 10. I enjoyed it. But I think that is definitely a game that if you are going to play it, you need to play it on the 3DS. You can enjoy it on the console versions, but that game, the whole time I'm playing it, like you could definitely tell that that game was made... That game was made for 3D on 3DS. Would I ever play it again? No. Am I interested in playing the sequel? Yes. I will eventually play all the Resident Evil spin-offs. Just like I played all the Silent Hill games, except for Book of Memories. But there's a lot more Resident Evil out there than I need to play than there was Silent Hill. I really enjoyed the scanning and the weapon customization in Revelations. That was probably the best part. And some of the early levels. Some of the early levels are super creepy. Love the atmosphere. Yeah, I'm going to give out my horror game awards at the end once I'm going through all the games. So I'll tell you the scariest game and my favorite game overall. Okay. So now, go this way. Alright, so then next is, well, Splatterhouse 2, that was the stream I did for my YouTube members, so it's kind of like, I won't count that one. And I did play that many years ago, but, whew. Wow. Love the game, love the music, the levels, like, everything about that game is awesome. Except for the difficulty. Like, god damn. I don't know if it was because I was using the Evercade controls, like the arcade controls. Because it is generally, after like 2 or 3 hours, I start to get very uncomfortable playing the alpha. Because just like my posture, it just starts to bother me. But man, did I struggle with Splatterhouse 2 last night. Great game though, but there's a lot of memorization in that game. Wait, what did that open up? Get through the secret door? Wait, I missed what they showed me in the cutscene. What secret door are they talking about? Was it back? Was it that magician's door? Just have a more traditional. You can use a more traditional controller, but honestly, I only use the arcade controls on that. Like, it's just part of the experience. That's why I bought the alpha. If it's a game that you can play with the arcade stick, like, I'm gonna use that. There's no two ways about it. I totally missed the cutscene. Where did they want me to go here? Anybody know? I wasn't paying attention. It just says get in the secret door. Is it maybe... Is this opened up? Oh, okay. So that... I did notice this before. Good thing I remembered it. There we go. You had to use this instead of the ninja. I tried to go through there before, but it was blocked. That's why it didn't immediately come to mind. Oh no, are they gonna boot me out of the game again? Why is it disconnecting me from Xbox Live? What the hell? It looks like my tower thing keeps rebooting. Please, Xbox. Wait, that's just a shortcut back here? Wait. Oh, God, there it goes again. Come on, finish rebooting. I can't believe that they're like, yeah, you gotta be online to play your single-player game from Xbox 360. Well, what the hell is that? Gotta wait for this thing to come back online. I don't know what it's doing. I think I gotta, like, replace that 5G tower because it's fucking up right now. Oh, there we go. The Last Guardian? No, they did not. Did they seriously make a reference to The Last Guardian? That achievement was called The Last Guardian. That's totally a reference. Alright, we got the pumpkin. All Hallows Eve, a powerful tornado that cuts all enemies' health in half. Wow. Yeah, that's not bad at this point in the game. We are definitely going to equip that. Let's do that. Rubbin costume pattern. Darn, they have a big detection range. Yeah, the pumpkin's cool. It's definitely a play on Nightmare Before Christmas. Yeah, it's definitely a reference. Like, cause it's definitely a play on words with Guardian. There's no way that isn't a reference. Man, I don't know where I'm going here. Actually, the pumpkin may not be as good as I thought. Because if you're using the ability to lower their HP by half, by the time you use it, they're already almost dead. So if you're using the pumpkin, you gotta like focus down 1 or 2 enemies and leave one. If you leave one enemy full HP as much as you can, then it'll be more powerful. Yeah, unfortunately the pumpkin special is, in most cases, not going to be very good for these kind of battles. Aw, man, it was just candy. I thought it was going to be a key item. What are we doing here? Three prisoners, okay. See the prisoner. How do I get in there? There you go. Really is a maze. Last game would be Costume Quest, which I'm playing right now, so I can't fully review it yet. But those are all the games that I played and beat this year. So in total, I beat 22 games, if you include Splatterhouse 2. I played 23 games, if you include Quantum Error, which I did not finish. It's the only game I didn't finish. Shit, I didn't run. So I didn't... Last year I beat like 30 games, but that's because I was playing a lot more shorter games. This year I focused more on certain longer games, so... Like, Deadly Premonition took 21 hours to beat. That's 4 streams. Resident Evil Remake was like 3.5 streams or something like that. So yeah, I played some much longer games this year. But it was worth it. Going forward, I'm definitely going to fit in more lengthy games. Because there were so many games I wasn't ever playing because I was like, well, that's going to take 3 or 4 streams to beat. That's why it took me so long to get around the Deadly Premonition. I've had that game sitting around for quite a few years, but every year I would cut it because I knew how long it took to beat. And I just thought to myself, man, I can play like 3 or 4 games instead of Deadly Premonition. But I'm glad I finally played it. Alright, let's see if the monsters still go to attack me. Okay. But now what do we do? Get past the Repudian guard. Where's the guard? Yeah, Xbox Live Arcade was an amazing... This guy? There we go. Yeah, Xbox Live Arcade was always awesome. Summer of Arcade was amazing. Always had something... You knew there were going to be some crazy good games released during Summer of Arcade. Always look forward to that. I just miss the days of cheap little exclusive Xbox Live Arcade games coming out for like $5, $8, $10, whatever it was. With online multiplayer. Especially used to love the ones with online multiplayer. It was such a magical time getting super excited for stuff like games like Gauntlet or Joust. You know, like classic retro games that were exciting to play again just because you were able to play online. Like being able to play Robotron with online multiplayer where one person controlled the shooting and one person controlled the movement. One of the hardest things I've ever had to try and attempt. How do I get out of here? Oh, there's a ramp. Yeah, when the Xbox Live indie games are like $5 and you're like, you know what? This may not be the best game, but it's $5. You get some achievements out of it. Those were the days. Just like this. This was an Xbox Live Arcade game. I think this was a $15 game though when it came out. But still, I mean, look at how much value you were getting out of this game for $15. $1,200. Was $1,200 $15? I think it was, right? Was it a direct conversion? Okay, yeah, 15. This guy again? If I would have known, I would have went with the statue. Whoops. Because my AoE attacks right now are not going to do anything here. So did you guys watch any movies for Halloween today? Anybody watch any good scary ones or anything? I should have probably saved this move. That was a mistake. Still did 130 though. Oh, he's just dead. Okay, good. Rewatched It Follows in the Fog. Man, I love It Follows. That's one of those horror movies I've watched like 3 or 4 times at this point. Actually, I think I watched it like 4 times over the years. And I would still keep watching that in the future. I love the premise. And damn, there are some really creepy scenes in that movie. Oh, look how cool this looks out here. Trick or treat. Wait, are we seriously up to the final boss right now? How sweet, and such nice costumes. Well, let me see if I have any candy for you nice children. Here's a nice big piece right here. The only problem is I don't think it wants to go with you. In fact, this candy never wants to see you again. Drusilla is taking me somewhere far away and where I'll be appreciated. Listen, I was just totally being a jerk when I said that thing, and before that I was also pretty jerky, but we have to stick together. Don't worry, you're all coming with us. We're going to step through that magic portal to a world where I'll be treated as a queen. Interesting. We will all be in positions of royalty on the other side. And we'll rule for 1,000 years, but when we come back, only 10 minutes have passed? What? No. So we'll be dressed up as candy, tossed in a sack, and handed over to Big Bones to satisfy my debt. What he does with you, frankly, is none of my concern. We're not coming for you, my sister's not coming with you, and no one is touching our costumes. Well then. I should have changed my stamps, but I had no idea this was coming. Carnival of Souls. Yeah, I've heard good things about that. How did you enjoy that one? That is a public domain movie. I didn't pick it though, because it's not like one of those so bad it's good kind of movies. But I heard it's pretty good. Man, I should have totally... Can I run away? I want to change my stamps before this. She's got 4,000 HP. That's... It's pretty funny that they run away from the boss to redo this. Okay. So, strong counterattack, toxic slime. Obviously bosses can't be stunned, so that's kind of useless. Greatly increased HP, auto resurrect after 1 turn with some HP restored. Chance of dodging attacks. Let's put survivability on these characters, so let's put that on Lucy. Poison effect, that would be good for a boss. Greatly increased attack power. Alright, so we'll have him on... We don't really need the AoE from the robot. So we'll do... I don't know if they're going to let the pumpkin ability work. If they do, that'll be crazy. But let's try pumpkin. We'll put him on night, and then we'll put Lucy on healing. I also want to see the animation when we get into the battle. There it is. Yeah, I doubt they're gonna let me use the ability to cut her HP in half, but we'll see, you never know. She's level 20. Whoa. I don't mind these classes either, because the thing to get the move powered up is really easy to do. Oh shoot. All Hallows Eve. Let's see if it works. It doesn't fully work, but it does a ton of damage. I don't know how you're supposed to tell which is the real one here. Just gonna go with the one that's charging. If there's a haste ability, I didn't unlock the costume. I don't know what the unicorn did. I didn't unlock it. I was missing items and I had no idea where I missed them. Wow, that dodge stamp is doing a lot of dodging. It's actually pretty good. I don't know if it's best to Zerg her down or go for her add-ons here. Yeah, you definitely need the Statue of Liberty cost. Oh, he's just dead. Okay. I'm not sure what the gimmick is here. Like, should I ignore her summons or what? That's a lot of damage. Well, it's over. Damn, that's loud. I think we need more sustainability, but I practically got one-shotted. Alright, we can't go the damage route. We gotta go survivability. Put that there. Poison, not worth it. The damage is minimal. We'll put HP recovery there. And then I'll put the thing, if I get knocked out, I get resurrected. For the healer. I'm not sure the pumpkin is worth it, though. I think we gotta bring the robot for the AoE for her summons. No, I don't think grinding is the answer, because how would the speedrun beat this in 47 minutes? They don't grind. Just gotta make the right choices here. Damn, I'm feeling the lack of damage though. Because last time I two-shotted that. Oh, she's saying that we can stun. Okay, so now stun will work on this boss. In the past, I wasn't able to stun. Like, I tried stunning a boss and they punished me for it. So I figured can't do it here either. I'm thinking it may be better to just back out and try again with a stun. Even though she is taking quite a bit of damage here. It's not a lot of healing, though. Her heal should be like almost a full heal. But I guess that might be a little overpowered. Hit the wrong damn button. As long as she don't do that summon move. Ah, I missed the input again. Got that res on her, though. Yeah, I think you have to use the stun. This is a little too hard to deal enough damage to stop that. I hit the wrong thing. She's gonna like two-shot everything. I almost feel like leaving him in the cage so she doesn't hit him. And he's just dead again. I don't think I'm going to be able to deal enough damage. Alright, we got to do this again, but bring a stun. Seems very obvious at this point. Okay. We'll put that on Everett. Or no, we'll put that on Reynolds. We'll bring 2 stuns. Try again. Okay, now we stun it. Kind of sucks that it's like so obvious what you gotta do. You can't really customize your ability you bring with you for this fight. You pretty much have to bring the stun. Man, that burn damage is really good, though. Damn, she did that move. This is where having an AoE move would be helpful. Unless I stun her, maybe if I stun her, it will take these things away. She's the middle one. Nope. Doesn't work there. It's actually a pretty hard fight. Of course they don't hit. They all hit the robot. You gotta be kidding me. I hit the wrong button. Got Anthem though. It's not a super good heal. Thanks, Engenga. Thank you very much for the 50 months. One down. This is feeling like final boss material to me, but I could be wrong. Yep, happy Halloween. You watched it alive like every Halloween. That's a good one to watch every Halloween. Man, I never realized that the robot was applying that burn. That's really good. That's fine. That one's not hard to deal with. Man, her HP is crazy, though. God damn. Now, this can't be the final boss, because I remember they mentioned Big Bone, or whatever his name is. So there's definitely another fight after this. It's actually a lot of strategy to this fight for how simple the moves are. One, putting shields on and stuff is very important. Damn it. Ah, I didn't get it off because I messed up the other attack. No, that's the worst one. Oh, but they only spawn with her HP, so they're actually a little easier each time. Just gotta heal every turn I have the chance. It's the only sustain I got. After this boss fight, I'll give out my picks for like favorite game of the month and scariest game of the month and all that stuff as well. But I'm pretty sure there's definitely another fight after this. I think we just gotta go for the damage. Yeah, I look forward to the combat in the sequel. Man. Next year? I wouldn't guarantee that. 2 years in a row Costume Quest on the same year, I don't know. Tomorrow's the 10th anniversary, so I'm not sure if not tomorrow. Next year is the 10th anniversary of Horror Game Month. So I'm gonna want a really good funnel game. I'm pretty sure I've seen them a long time ago. I don't know about Meet the Feebles, but I saw Bad Taste. I don't remember what I thought about it so long ago. Please don't summon. Okay. Yeah, I heard it was delisted. I mean, the game's pretty damn common at the end of the day. Don't get all like, the price will go up on it temporarily, I'm sure, but it'll come back down. Condemned is a very common game. The lower I get her HP, the lower her clones will be if she summons them. I've stabilized, so we should be pretty good. I think we got this fight in the bag. I'm impressed by how challenging this fight was, though. It's a little bit of a shame that you have to use the stuns to do this fight, though. Like, there's no customization for the most part in what you can bring in here. You pretty much have to bring 2 stuns. Probably a little harder for me, too, because I didn't do a ton of grinding at the end. So I could probably be a level or 2 higher. Should be dead soon. I think I can just kill her. I don't need to get her back. Understood, you just wanted to leave this horrible world. Why won't you let it go? Hey, look, for once they're letting me advance the text with the A button. I wonder what makes this so different. Are you too beautiful? Oh, please. No one understands me here, sniff. Alright, so long. Where's my sister? Don't bother me right now, unless you want an even bigger fight on your hands. Sounds good to me, we're ready for a fight. Agreed, the possibility exists, however, that we could be more ready. Wait, what? Okay, I think that actually cues the final fight. So, I guess I'll take that as my cue to equip large HP recovery per turn. Ooh. Let's go with that on Reynolds. I guess I'll keep the stun on Everett. I don't know if they're going to let me actually stun. Unless we go with the dodge. Yeah, this is like pure survivability here. Alright, let's see. This is embarrassing. What, the failure of all your hopes and dreams? No, having to call for backup. I summon Voracious the Insatiable. Carnivorous Big Bones. Alright, this is the real final boss now. If you can't tell. Oh, he's got candy. He's got candy for us. Kind of reminds me of Uncle Death. Boss, I'm sorry, but those children took your candy. What? Message forwarded. It's that speaker Dorian gave you. Dorian, it's me, Dorsilla. Listen, you don't have to worry about me. I'm only hanging out with these idiot monsters long enough to trick them into taking me to... Once again I'm in, I can easily use my powers to get rid of Big Bones, that big tub of grub. Then I will be the ruler of Rapusia and not Big Bones. The text goes so fast here I could barely read it in time. Tub of goo, I'll turn you into a tub of goo. You will never set foot in Rapusia ever. You can't do that, we had a deal. Get out of my sight, the deal's off. I almost don't have the energy to eat these children now. Almost. Oh, by the way, have fun doing that, jerk. Should just power me up. Nice. Fine, I'll just work up more of an appetite this way. Kids have no fear, you'll like it in my stomach. It smells great in there, I just ate a bunch of bacon. Alright, here we go. Wonder if he has more than one phase. I love how despite all the costumes they gave me, I'm still using the first 3 that they allowed me to have. Because these ones are good. Would have been nice to have a different theme though for the final fight. Cool looking battle though. He's definitely got to do something more. There's no way this is his only move. The whole game is 5 to 6 hours, yeah. It could be a little bit more if you try and 100% it. If you're trying to 100% it, it's probably more like 8+ hours. Because there is a lot of stuff I didn't accomplish. It's not like I avoided most things, some things I just didn't find or do. It's a nice short little game you can beat on Halloween. And that's why it's the perfect Halloween game. Great. I like what they do with the comic book effects for battle. Alright, if Lucy dies, she does have the resurrect, so I have that equipped to her. Getting all the costumes, there are side missions. Yeah, there's like a lot of side stuff I didn't accomplish on this playthrough. I hate to do Anthem from one character, but I gotta do it. But yeah, if you're doing just like a casual playthrough, 5.5, 6 hours seems about right. If you're really rushing things, then 5 hours. Unfortunately, I don't... Does he get the burn effect? Oh, he does. Okay, good. I wish she'd hit the other characters besides Lucy, so her next Anthem makes more sense. There we go. Ton of damage, damn. Ooh, the dodge finally came into effect. There's no, like, passive dodge in this, I believe. I think you have to have a stamp equipped to get it. I don't know what the percentage is. It feels like 20-25% maybe. So there's a few other alternative costumes I didn't get all the pieces to. I think it's just kind of a fun little, like, you just decide what you want to use in that given moment. Each costume has, like, one neat ability it brings to the table in battle. Some are just more useful for bosses, some are more useful for normal encounters. However, I do feel like the Statue of Liberty... Unless there was another costume I never got for healing... Oh, that's not good. Unless there was another costume I didn't get for healing, but Statue of Liberty is the only one that can heal, and it feels very necessary for these fights. Alright, I don't know if we're going to be able to do this being down one. I may need to put HP on him rather than the ability to dodge. But I'm gonna see if we can still get this. I mean, it's possible I could still win. Just gotta be really lucky. Oh no. Great. No, it's not a full heal. He has 4,000 HP normally. Oh god. Alright, so large HP recovery per turn, I mean, is okay, but if they're one-shotting me, does it really matter? The dodge was too random. greatly increase HP. Let's do that. So I have HP regen on Reynolds, even though the HP regen might actually be better off on Everett, because I think he normally has a little bit more HP. Greatly increased on him, and then resurrect on Lucy. Alright, we get to try again, see how that goes. I don't think any of the other abilities... I mean, maybe switching the robot out. I would be curious to see how much damage the pumpkin does, but I doubt they'd let me get away with dealing that much HP damage. Do I value the burn? I don't know. Maybe I value the damage that... I don't know. But then again, if I bring the ninja, I can keep constantly, like, making them not target someone that's gonna die. And then it's more of a chance that they target the guy that, like, recovers HP. So maybe I do bring ninja? Let's try it. It's more of a defensive setup here. It's like 2 tank abilities on a heal. The only thing to be safe from the one-shot is the stamp that allows you to resurrect when you die, which is equipped as Statue of Liberty. And then just putting the stamps on that give more HP. That's about it. Other than that, leveling to get a little more HP. My shield can protect. My shield ability with the knight, and then the smoke bomb with the ninja. But it's hard to know who he's going to one-shot. Good damage. Yeah, so Everett should always have like full HP other than the one shot, because his HP recovery, as long as I'm blocking, is very good about restoring. So what I'm going to do is put Kitsune's Shroud on Reynolds. If Lucy dies, she can get resurrected anyway. So this way Reynolds cannot be targeted by the one-shot. That's what that ability does. And then I'll put the shield on her. So it's full defense now. So now the only one that can be targeted is the knight, who has HP regen and the most HP. So this is like the most defensive party setup I can have. See, he gets 35 back just like that, so that's pretty good. I feel good about this attempt, as long as he doesn't get a sneaky one-shot in. And that last phase is a little scary. Alright, so we'll hide Reynolds again. He's most... If he dies, he can't be resurrected, so... My defenses right now feel pretty impenetrable. It's just that second phase that scares me. Oh, he dodged it. Wait, so maybe there is a small chance you can actually dodge. Without the dodge stamp. It must be very small. Yeah, so the shield prevented Lucy from taking any damage. Shield's really good. Ninja makes it so you just can't be targeted for the turn, then shield is just pretty much negates all damage. But it lasts a little bit longer. You take a tiny bit of damage, but it lasts a little longer, I believe is how it works. Reynolds has enough HP, I'm gonna put this on Lucy. And then protect Reynolds. The double, like, smoke bomb and shield turn makes it really hard for him to bring me down. Another dodge. Lucking out. I have a feeling the end of this game is going to be like so cute. It's like, did you all have a good time trick-or-treating, kids? They're going to make it like they just like barely ever left the neighborhood to go on this grand adventure. Yeah, this is the setup here. This is the tank setup. Like, how does he get through this? Shield, stealth, and heal every like third or fourth turn. Wait, did he hit him despite having shield? How did that just work? I thought I had a shield on him. Unless it already wore. Guess it already wore off. That's weird. Alright, he's going to be going in the second phase here soon. Hopefully I'm fully healed by the time he does it. I should have did this the other way around. Should have put the shield on Lucy. Lasts a little longer. Ooh, dodge. His dodge is coming in use. Alright, his transformation's coming up. He did it at just over 1,000. Holy crap. So much damage. Come on, I need my abilities. Oh my god. So intense. Alright, we don't want Reynolds to be targeted. Shield on Lucy. Oh, wow. That almost one-shot him. Come on, we need HP. Oh no. That's fine. He's so close. No abilities. Gotta survive another round. Oh, Lucy's down, but she's got the res. Just need one turn. Okay, if I Kitsune... Oh, this is a big decision. If I Kitsune Shroud... I wonder if the turn... it'll make Everett targetable and I put shield on Everett? Or... I'm gonna try this. We need Lucy to res. He should target him. Wow, it still does 8 damage. Worked. He couldn't target him because I put the shroud on him, so that went according to plan. Come on, he's so close. No! Oh god. Wait, he's still got shield. Oh god, it still went through. Lucy's back. One more. Wow, what a fight. Holy crap. That was one of the most intense RPG boss battles I've ever done. I had that planned accordingly, though. Like, exactly what needed to happen in the final turns. Alright, we'll just drop off some candy at the mall and then straight back to Auburn Pines. It shall be so. Hey guys, can we make a pact? Can we promise to do this every Halloween? Alright, you guys ready? This is the game we play every Halloween for Horror Month going forward. We just made the pact. Some people do. Some people play this every Halloween. I could see. I mean, it's just a cute little game, yeah. Would it get a little tiresome every year? Maybe. But maybe if you alternate. Okay, Lucy and Everett, I called both of your parents, and they both said it's fine if you stay over. See, I told you they were going to go, like, the cutesy route. Like, they never even went out. I wonder if they're as happy as I am about their kids making friends tonight. Well, I mean, they went out, but they're making, like, it was just a cute little trick-or-treating night out. Dad texts. All the parents do that. They just eat their kids' candy that they work so hard to get. Alright, let's get back to business. I pick caramel. Good move, I pick sour snails. I pick black licorice. Are you calling me ew? I love black licorice. You can have one of mine, bro, if you give me your package of astronaut flan. It's a deal, sis. Okay, I pick white chocolate knuckles. You can't pick on the same turn that you swap. Yes, you can. Look, I know things were different in your old town, but I'm taking prickly pucks. It was my turn. I can't wait forever, babe. Did you just call me? I was gonna say babe. These are little kids. Avatar award unlocked. Well, that was a very fun way to end Halloween. That last boss, I'm telling, like those two last bosses, especially that last one, that was intense. That was a really well done boss fight. Even though I feel like you're kind of shoehorned into using a certain setup. Like, I don't know how you would do that without healing and shields and stuff, seriously. Unless you're super over-leveled or have better stamps than I had. Yeah, so that was a lot of fun. And like I said, I'm just going to give out my picks for favorite game and like most scary game and all that kind of stuff. So I would say the scariest game that I played this month, not even close to anything else, was Costume Quest. No, it was Fears the Fathom Carson House. That game was, got 2 of the most intense jump scares you can possibly get out of me. And just the atmosphere in that game the whole time was just like, man, it was... The entire hour and a half I played that game, I was just on the edge of my seat. So, not even close. Fears the Fathoms. I'm gonna edit that in the coming days. I'm gonna, like, chop that out of the VOD that it's in and, like, upload it as its own video so that people that missed it can more easily find it. I would say the most atmospheric game, not necessarily the most scary. Let's see here. Man, it's a close one between a few games. Man, there was some good atmosphere in these games. I'd say the ones it would come down to would be Resident Evil Remake, Midnight Walk, Soma, Deadly Premonition, Manhunt, Echo Knight, and Grey Hill Incident. But I think the most atmospheric one out of all of those was probably... I mean, Resident Evil Remake was very atmospheric. I gotta give it that. Like, just God, that game looks so beautiful. So I gotta give it to Resident Evil Remake. The close runner-ups would have been Soma and Echo Knight, probably. Let's see, what else? The best So Bad It's Good game. The nominees for that would be The Devil Inside, Deadly Premonition, Grey Hill Incident, and I would give it to Deadly Premonition. Yep, I would give it to Deadly Premonition, the best So Bad It's Good game. Let's see. Any other categories that you guys want to know before I pick, like, my overall game of the month? Which I don't have predetermined, I'm just kind of looking here. Like, the best game I played all month. The most overrated. Most overrated I would give to... Silent Hill F. The most jank game? That would go to The Devil Inside, for sure. Even though, like, if... Deadly Premonition has a lot of jank, but The Devil Inside was just, like, soft lock after... Like, the jank in that game made it almost unplayable at times, where Deadly Premonition was, like, good jank, but not necessarily, like, game-breaking jank. Biggest surprise... Grey Hill Incident. Because I was set up to believe that was going to be one of the worst horror games ever, and I actually kind of enjoyed it. Most likely to play again. A lot of these are kind of one and done games. Honestly, most likely would be Resident Evil Remake. I could see myself playing through that again in like maybe 8 to 10 years. How long will the merch be up for this year? I will be taking it down probably tomorrow night. Like, I'm gonna leave it up through tonight into tomorrow. I'm leaving it up into tomorrow for the people that watch the VODs and didn't have time to, like, get something, if there was, like, one more thing they wanted to get before I take it down. But yeah, consider tonight the last night where you will see notifications on stream if you pick something up. So, final hours for the Horror Month Resident Evil Remake inspired shirt. Canvas print. Once again, thank you to everybody that picked stuff up this year. And of course, like every year, we'll have different designs every year, so maybe if you weren't into this year's design, maybe next year. And then the logo merch. Alright, so if there's no other categories, then I will hand out... I think I'm going to do a top 5. We'll count it down from 5 to 1. Let me just do some things here on the side real quick. For, like, best overall... So what I'd factor into this is not necessarily, like, how big of a... Doesn't necessarily need to be a AAA game, doesn't need to be super long, like... As long as it was, like, a really good experience from beginning to end. That's what I'm going to factor in here. Just, like, the best overall experience playing these games. Let's see. Just doing a couple things here just so I know the order I want to do this. And just gotta pick 2 more. Just need to pick 1 more. It's a tough one. So I changed things right at the last minute. Man, this is tough. Alright, this is just a loose list here. You know, maybe 1 or 2 of these ones might swap around. There are a couple ones that I just cut at the last minute. Alright, so I'm going to give number 5 favorite game of the month to Costume Quest, actually. I just thought this was like the perfect game to play on Halloween. I'm a little sad that it took me 15 years to finally play it. But what really won me over was that final boss. I actually wouldn't have put this on at number 5 if it wasn't for that final boss. Got the adrenaline going. And I just really love the idea of a short, concise RPG that you can beat in 5 to 6 hours. So I really enjoyed it for that. Number 4, I'm actually going to give it to a game you may not expect. I'm going to give it to The Devil Inside. While I may have rated that game like a 5 or 6 and raged the hell out on it, at the end of the day, that will go down as one of the most memorable games from this month. If not, you know, for most of the horror months. Just because it was so different, so silly. Obscure PC survival horror. Like, I will never forget that game. Yeah, I will never forget that game. So it may not be like the high... Not just because the game isn't like a 10 out of 10 doesn't mean that it can't be one of the highlights of the month. Number 3, I'm giving The Deadly Premonition. Really enjoyed it. Finally glad that I got around to playing it. Because people always ask me about Deadly Premonition, and I was never able to give them an opinion on it. I always avoided gameplay. It was just it really felt like we went on a journey, almost like we were watching a TV show together with that game. Number 2, I'm giving to Resident Evil Remake, because, I mean, how can you not love that game? I'm glad that I finally beat it after all these years, and overcame my fear of the Crimson Heads. Still some of the best graphics in gaming. Those pre-rendered graphics, boy, they will hold up for decades to come. Love the look of that game. Super fun. Great to finally see stuff outside the mansion in that game. I just wish that the later half of it was a little bit more focused on the mansion, but I mean, that's just Resident Evil. It is what it is, just as how the game is designed later on. And I would also prefer if Crimson Heads were not a thing. And then number 1 out of all the games I played this month, I'm going to give to Fears to Fathom Carson House. Just because I will never forget those jump scares. And I will also never forget that house and the tension that built in that game. Nope, never gonna forget it. The jump scares will go down in the history of Horror Month with that game. As will the atmosphere and the tension building that game created. Like, it was super well done. Perfect little, like, hour and a half horror game. Hour and a half horror game. And I think that is by far, like, the highlight of the month, or the year, I guess, for horror games. With that game. And it beats out Resident Evil just because it was, like, the perfect hour. There was really nothing bad about that game. Perfect tension-building horror game. That almost sent me back to the hospital. That game was crazy. And I think any game that gives Night Delivery a run for its money with jump scares deserves some respect. But that is gonna do it. Let's see, what's my favorite song here. We'll send this out with this one. So everybody, thank you for hanging out for another horror game month. Hope you all enjoyed. 30 days of streaming horror games. Only missed that one because of Comic-Con. You know, I didn't guarantee I'd stream every day. I said, oh, I might need a break here and there, but no, I powered through it. You know, some nights I might have streamed shorter games than others, but I still came through with a game every night. Thanks, Matt. Thank you for the resub. Thank you all for showing up and, you know, just hanging out. Big thank you to everybody that gifted subs and bought merch, and big shout out to Burrito John. I know he's not here tonight, but John, super generous as always with his donations and stuff, so thank you, John, if you watch this. It was fun. This year, I mean, hey, we may not have played as many, like, super scary, heart attack-worthy games, but I think I had a good variety of different genres and things this year. That was pretty... I enjoyed almost every game I played. I couldn't say the same last year. Last year, there were some games I'm like, man, I wish I didn't waste my time with that game. This year, I really enjoyed almost every game I played. So, next year, for those that don't know, is the 10th anniversary of Horror Game Month. So 10 years next year. The first time I ever did you know, in the past, I did play horror games in October. So I have been playing horror games in October longer than 10 years. But 10 years ago, I started doing the entire month of horror games and calling it Horror Game Month. So that is why I'm choosing the 10th year, you know, the 10th year of doing an entire month, and not just like, okay, this week we're going to play a few scary games, or this Halloween we're going to play a scary game. So 10 years of horror games all month long will be next year. My plans for next Horror Game Month are to celebrate a lot of my favorite games from over the years, ones that I haven't played in a long time. So you will see me replay games that I have not played since the first several years. So games that maybe a lot of people weren't even watching my streams back then that are watching them now. PS2 horror games, PS1 horror games, PC horror games, anything. You know, not everything, even if it's one of my favorite games, not everything will make a return. But there will be certain games where I'm like, man, I haven't played this in 10 years, 9 years, 8 years, I really want to play it again. So those will be some of the games that come for next year. We'll play different games, we'll play new games, but I would say, I would anticipate about half the games that I play next year to be me revisiting games that I just feel like playing again, and honestly don't remember my playthrough much. Or need a VOD, like, maybe it was never archived in the past. So, that'll be the plans for next year. Other than that, we can finally get back to playing whatever the hell I want to play. So in the coming weeks, we're going to be playing Pokemon Legends ZA, Katamari, Once Upon a Katamari. We're going to be playing that. That might be the first game that I do. I've been just, I don't know, it depends what I feel like playing next time I stream. I got a code for Dragon Quest 1 and 2 Remake, so we'll be playing that at some point. Yeah, we'll see. There's going to be a lot to catch up on. And then the plan is December, Let It Die Inferno comes out, Metroid Prime comes out. After I'm done kind of like playing Metroid Prime and Let It Die, we will be getting back to PS2 games, if not like the wheel in general. So I'm going to knock out whatever modern stuff I need to play, and then hopefully by the end of the year, if not January 1st, we'll be back to playing some more retro stuff. And that's the plan going forward. Anyway, thank you everybody for watching. Merch is available for about another under 24 hours. Like I said, if you're watching the Twitch VOD, you got to use the command in chat merch, or just go to YouTube and watch one of the VODs there. In like the description, we'll have the link to find the merch. But yeah, you guys have a good night. Chances of stream tomorrow, not super likely. Like, I definitely need a day off to like just accomplish some things. A night to myself kind of thing, and I got to take down all this stuff. Just disassembling the damn coffin is probably going to take me 45 minutes. Shoutouts to the coffin, by the way. I think it was a nice addition. I think I'm starting to reach capacity. I'm not sure what the hell I'm going to be able to do next year. At this point, I think the coffin is here to stay. Anyway, go check my YouTube channel. Also, shout out to the YouTube people. At least the ones that showed up to watch on my second channel. We'll continue doing that probably in years going forward. Not on the main channel. I took the risk. It didn't seem worth it. Not worth it. It just... What it does to the... I'm not going to get into it again, but... no good came from streaming Horror Game Month on my main channel, unfortunately. People were just not ready for me to suddenly start slamming them with streams every night. I know this sounds crazy, but, like, I lost so many subscribers. But can you, like, that's just the crazy times we live in. I lost, like, almost 200 subscribers because I freaking was streaming every night on my main channel. Like, how does that Anyway, we're not gonna get into it. It's on the second channel. I don't care what goes on over there. And that's where it'll continue to be going forward for Horror Game Month. Here is my second channel, by the way, for Twitch. It's where you can check out all the VODs, which are archives. They don't get, by the way, these streams don't get archived on Twitch anymore. Like, after a month or two, they're deleted because Twitch is... They don't archive streams the way they used to anymore. So the only way streams are permanently archived are on YouTube. And I encourage you to watch on YouTube anyway, because it supports me more. The views add up and all that stuff. Try not to watch on Twitch if you can. Screw Twitch. Did I play Sky Children of Light? I did when it came out. It was alright. Anyway. Say goodbye to the horror background. And I'll see you guys next stream. Thank you so much for another great Horror Game Month. Have a good night.